This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall.
Okay, here we go. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. Can I welcome members, officers and the public here in the gallery? Oh, there are people there. And watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly plenary meeting. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies today from Assembly members Bailey and Fortune.
Thank you. Before we begin, are they here? No.
Not sure, Chair.
I don't think they are. I'm just going to now provide an update on some of the recent Assembly activity. Since the last all-Assembly meeting on June the 22nd, the Housing Committee met to discuss the Mayor's Affordable Homes programme and how many of the starts have been completed. The Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee examined emerging fire risks in London, including lithium-ion batteries and disposable barbecues, and how Londoners can be better protected. For the first of two meetings on eating disorders, the Health Committee looked at the prevalence and cause of eating disorders in London, the role of early intervention services, and what the Mayor can do to help. for its monthly Q&A session with the Metropolitan Police Service and Mayor's Office for Policing and Crime, the Police and Crime Committee questioned the Commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley, on the progress made since Baroness Casey's review of culture and standards in the service was published. As chair of the Assembly, I was pleased to join the GLA in marking Pride last week. On Wednesday, it was brilliant to speak on behalf of the Assembly at the Mayor's Pride reception here at City Hall. And on Saturday, it was great pleasure to join the GLA LGBT+ staff network on the Pride float and march along 30,000 others in the great city. And as far as I'm concerned, it was worth it because I got a selfie with Nick Nelson from Heartstoppers, and therefore my life is complete. Rarely am I starstruck, rarely. Can we now move on to declarations of interest? Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2?
Noted.
And can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? That's a lovely silence. Can I now ask the Assembly to confirm the minutes of the London Assembly plenary meeting held on 8th of June 2023 to be signed by me as a correct record?
Agreed.
We now move on to today's principal business, a question-answer session on Transport for London. Joining us here in the chamber, we have Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, in his capacity as Chair of Transport for London, and Andy Lord, Commissioner for Transport for London. There will be a lead-off question from me as Chair to the Mayor and the Commissioner of TfL. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions to all of our invited guests. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their question. For our panellists, be very grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all of the questions for you. So here's the launching question. How is Transport for London delivering for London, and what are its priorities and challenges over the coming year? Can I ask you to respond, Mr. Mayor, first?
Thank you, Chair. This week marks the 18th anniversary of the 7/7 attacks in London. Tomorrow, I'll be at the memorial in Hyde Park, as I'm every year with others, paying respects to the 52 people who lost their lives and the 700 who were injured on behalf of Londoners. Today, I'd like to pay tribute to the transport workers who risked their own safety to help the injured and trapped. We will forever be grateful. Can I welcome Andy Lord not only to his first plenary meeting, but to his first meeting of the Assembly since his appointment as the permanent TfL Commissioner last month. I'm delighted that TfL will continue to benefit from his leadership as we work towards building a safer, fairer, greener and more prosperous London for everyone. In the year since our last Transport plenary meeting, we've achieved a lot for Londoners. We've transformed Bank Station, with TfL boring a new Northern Line tunnel, building a new concourse and opening a new station entrance. We've completed the extension of the London Overground to Barking Riverside. And of course, we've opened the Elizabeth Line, an amazing feat of engineering, which has transformed the transport network in London and beyond. 1 in 6 of all UK rail journeys are now taken on this line. TfL also played a pivotal role in the celebration of the Platinum Jubilee, events to mark Her late Majesty's death and funeral, and the coronation of King Charles III. As ever, TfL helped to ensure London was at its absolute best when the eyes of the world were on the capital. TfL also secured a longer-term funding agreement with the government, and I'm grateful to Andy Lord and his team for their work to secure an agreement which, while not perfect, has enabled TfL to continue delivering for London. And there is much more to celebrate from the last 12 months alone. 28 kilometres of new or upgraded cycle routes completed, plus 14 kilometres in construction, 57 new borough school streets funded, engagement started on 4 new safer junctions, 2,500 new cycle parking spaces provided, over 900 borough active travel schemes funded through LIP programmes, lower speed limits on 75 kilometres of TfL roads, TfL's first bus action plan, an enhanced DLR timetable, the full reopening of the night tube and the night overground, the continued decarbonisation of the bus fleet, more step-free access at underground stations, the development of the Superloop, and so much more besides. TfL has been central to our efforts to tackle the toxic air that leaves children with stunted lungs, increases the risk of stroke, dementia, cancer, and respiratory and cardiovascular disease, and contributes to the premature death of around 4,000 Londoners every year. Since I was first elected in 2016, we've been prioritising cleaning up our air, and we've seen a reduction of a third in the number of children being admitted to hospital with asthma. Since its launch in 2019, the ULEZ has helped to reduce harmful nitrogen oxides by 46% in central London and 21% in inner London. But the greatest number of deaths and cases of ill health related to air pollution occur in outer London, so we have to go further. That's why we're planning to expand the ULEZ to the whole of London next month, supported by a £110 million scrappage scheme, which we've recently extended to help more Londoners make the transition to cleaner transport. I'll ask Chair, with your permission, Andy Lord, to speak further about TfL's priorities and the challenges in delivering them in the coming years, and we look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to be here this morning. I too would like to echo the Mayor's comments regarding tomorrow's 18th anniversary of the 7/7 attacks. We will forever be grateful to those transport workers, many of whom are still at work in TfL, who put themselves and put others before themselves on that day, and I too will be joining the events in Hyde Park tomorrow morning. I'm extremely pleased to be here today at my first plenary to talk to you about the priorities that we have in TfL over the coming years and delivering on our vision of being a strong green heartbeat for our great city. At the heart of everything we do is the delivery of the Mayor's transport strategy, outcomes for 80% of trips in London being made by sustainable modes by 2041. Our Vision Zero plan, where nobody is killed or seriously injured on London's roads or public transport by 2041. And of course, for net zero carbon in TfL's operations by 2030. None of this would be possible without the hard-working and dedicated team of colleagues we have across TfL, and I'm incredibly proud to have been appointed as Commissioner to lead such a great organisation. I'm committed to ensuring that the most sustainable ways to get around our city, walking, cycling and public transport, are also the most attractive. We have bold plans for the future. In December, we published our first business plan since the start of the pandemic and set a course for our investment in London's transport network over the next 4 years, while achieving financial sustainability by 23-24, the first time in TfL's history. We will invest in projects that will improve air quality, tackle the climate emergency and bring new transport options to Londoners. The Mayor has already mentioned the delivery of the London-wide ultra-low emission zone to further tackle the triple changes of air pollution, the climate emergency and congestion, and to ensure 5 million more Londoners can breathe cleaner air. We will introduce new trains on the Piccadilly line and DLR that will transform the customer experience, upgrade to digital signalling across our remaining 2 subsurface underground lines, continue our work to make London's bus fleet zero emission, and open a new river crossing in East London, completing a new tunnel under the Thames linking Silvertown to Greenwich. This is just a flavour of what we have planned to build a better city, supporting the capital's economic recovery. This year also marks the 160th anniversary of the Tube. The Tube is the oldest underground railway in the world and has provided the mobility and connectivity of people and places to develop London into the preeminent world city that we see today. And I'm hopeful and optimistic that in the next 160 years we will have an even better and greener transport network which is more accessible, and we are making progress on our priorities. So whilst there is much to be excited about, critical decisions are needed now to ensure these improvements come to fruition. We urgently need a partnership between government, the public sector and industry if we are to achieve our goals of a cleaner, more integrated transport network that serves our capital city and contributes to the UK economy. Over the next 3 years, we are planning £6.4 billion of capital investment to ensure the transport network meets the needs of a thriving city and supports the UK's economy. And while TfL can meet most of the cost of the investment required, it is essential that government support is secured to ensure the delivery of vital improvements to assets that support national economic growth and prosperity. In the next financial year, we need £475 million of central government funding to honour our existing contracts and a continued discussion about our future funding requirement for essential major capital investment. All other major transport authorities around the world receive government support for capital investment, and other UK...
Chair, we're really struggling with the microphone here. It's really unfair.
The microphone isn't performing as well. Could you? It is on. Could you perhaps replace it or move it a little closer?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
So far.
I'll just continue from where I am, or do you want me? Yeah.
Yeah, please.
In the next financial year, we need £475 million of central government funding to honour our existing contracts and a continued discussion about our future funding requirement for essential major capital investment. All other major transport authorities around the world receive such government support for capital investment, and other UK cities have been given funding into the 2030s. London is now an exception, given we do not have funding certainty for capital investment beyond the end of the current financial year. London is key to the UK's prosperity, supporting the government's economic growth ambitions, and key to London's success is an efficient, properly funded public transport network. I look forward to working with you over the coming years and welcome the Assembly's continued support to ensure we are able to fully play our part in the success not only of the capital but our country as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now move on to questions from other members. Each group is allocated an amount of time that's proportionate to their size. And can I assure members that we have had the timer problems that we had previously looked into, and, well, we can only hope they aren't repeated this session. So the first question is from Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner, and congratulations on your appointment. I want to focus my questions today on tube noise and the impact this is having on residents day and night in many parts of London, from South Wimbledon to Kennington to King's Cross. Now, rail grinding is one of the very few tools that TfL is currently using to try to reduce noise. But internationally, there are many innovations in this field. One metro in China has introduced special sleepers that have a wider base than the top, which is shown to have a significant reduction in noise. And some of the metro lines in Hong Kong use a special multi-directional tuned mass damper, which again has seen reductions in noise. So first of all, Commissioner, has TfL been proactively working with international metros and railways to find solutions to the problems of tube noise?
Thank you for the question. So first off, I want to stress how important we consider tube noise, both the noise that impacts residents but also in-carriage noise as well. And we have spent a huge amount of engineering resource and time dealing with this issue. And as Assembly members will know, we have spent a lot of time engaging with communities in areas where there is deemed to be most of an issue. We've done a lot of work with our engineering specialists around monitoring tube noise, using different pads under the rails, using different fixing, and of course rail grinding. And we'll always look at whether there are options from best practice in other metros around the world. Obviously, we have some unique circumstances due to the age of some of our infrastructure, but we'll certainly look at, if we're not already doing so, what other metros are doing around the world, because we take this issue very seriously, albeit we have to recognise the size and scale of our network and some of the financial constraints we have.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, the Spanish railways are borrowing ideas from the motor and aviation industries to lighten vehicles to reduce noise. The French railways are using different materials for their sleepers and brake shoes, installing long welded rails rather than short ones to reduce noise. Other urban railways are using resilient wheels, which are relatively simple to engineer and inexpensive to maintain. And there's an American company working on sound insulation in tunnels, acoustic dampeners and dissipators to reduce tube noise. So, Mr. Mayor, will you lead the way and perhaps look to launch an international innovation competition to explore new options and trial noise reduction systems on the tube, working with our great universities, research institutes and the private sector to try to tackle tube noise once and for all?
I think it's just worth explaining and that one of the reasons why the work we're doing here came to a pause was the pandemic, and then the lack of a long-term deal. So there was a lot of work taking place, not just the roll grinding, the dampeners, the roll joints, the removing the dips, the on-train lubricants, and other work taking place. That stopped completely, basically for 2 years, and it started again now. But you've heard from the Commissioner, he's more than willing and happy to look at what other cities are doing in this area. There are big differences, though, now underground. The Commissioner's mentioned the fact that ours is 160 years old. So different engineering issues in London to other cities in the world, but I'm sure Andy can talk to some of the conversations already taking place. We did learn lessons as you'd want us to when it came to stands and hands and the tram. So you're right, we're not averse to speaking to other people around the world in relation to lessons we can learn, and I'm sure Andy can touch on about some of the conversations we've already had. But the challenge is the underground is very different to other cities around the world, but we can be speaking to engineering colleagues within the universities in this country about bespoke arrangements for TfL.
I'm just thinking about you leading the way in terms of some sort of innovation competition, looking at these things going on around the world, seeing what might work on the tube, what could be adapted, and then trialling it, whether there's some way with your leadership we could look at this and make it, you know, a really great project for London.
We have done that with coolants and air conditioning. A similar challenge there in relation to a challenge posed to me in 2016 is how come other cities around the world have coolants and air conditioning units? And so we embarked in that work. The big difference, of course, is ours are far deeper, far older, the headroom and so forth. But now more than 40% of our underground is coolant and air conditioned, so we can make progress, and we're doing more innovation in relation to those tube lines for which there's no air conditioning. The same goes for noise, by the way. Our big issue is the 2 years of backlog, which we're dealing with.
I appreciate that. I just would like you to think about, and I'm only asking you to consider whether you would look at some sort of innovation competition to try to get innovation around the world and our great institutes working together to try to find solutions.
Well, another Commissioner's itching to get in.
I know, I'm wanting to ask you. I'm going to bring the Commissioner in next. Well, I want to ask you. No, I'm asking you, Mr Mayor. Will you look at this? You're Chair of TfL.
I'm going to ask my Commissioner to respond.
Well, no. Thank you, Commissioner. I'll move on to something else. I take it that's a no then, which is disappointing. The other aspect of residential tube noise that I would like to explore is the support given to individuals affected by the noise. So over the years, I have dealt with a lot of casework from residents complaining about tube noise, and I'm sure many Londoners just put up with it as part of everyday life. There is no page dedicated to log tube noise complaints. To make a complaint about tube noise, you need to make 2 clicks from the main TfL webpage to get to the Contact Us form. You then need to find the right drop-down option within this form. It's too deeply hidden within the website. And there's also no option on your TfL Go app. So, Mr Mayor, will you look to put a direct link on the front page of the TfL and GLA websites so it is easier for people to raise tube noise issues?
Yeah, can I look into that? Also, some people haven't got the IT. They particularly older residents who haven't got access to the internet. Can we take that away? Because it should be far easier to raise that issue. I do receive every 6 months a report from the relevant member of TfL in relation to where we are on hotspots and complaints, but you raise a different point in relation to if you're right and people who have issues and can't find the place to raise their complaint, these are hotspots potentially missed out. So can we take that away? And also, I'd be keen to see what we do about those who haven't got access to the internet.
Digitally excluded, quite right. Thank you for that. And then constituents I have supported with tube noise complaints mention that they find it immensely frustrating to be dealing with TfL through just a generic email, in some cases for many years. So, Commissioner, I'm wondering whether you will agree to set up dedicated named individuals for noise complaints at specific locations to support residents until a resolution has been found.
So I'm certainly happy to take that away and look at it, Assembly Member Pigeon. As you know, we have a dedicated senior manager who's responsible for tube noise. The reason we have a generic contact is because actually that ensures we get all those complaints and we can deal with them appropriately, but I'm happy to look at that as an issue.
But you could still have a generic email address, but actually, I don't know, residents in South Wimbledon have Joe Blogs to deal with, and somewhere else it's Joanna Blogs, and they know they've got a named person to address and have a relationship with dealing with this.
Let me take that away, because at the end of the day I have one person who's an expert in tube noise. The reality is he's the person who's the best place to speak with residents, so let me take that away.
Okay, and let's come back to my suggestion about this international innovation competition. The Mayor didn't want to commit to it. As Commissioner, will you look into that? Because I think there's so much going on, just the research I've done, there's so many different trials, innovations, yes, in different railways, but there might be a way to adapt those solutions. And if you could work with the private sector, work with research institutes, a bit like the different catapults that government set up, that actually you could get some innovation and trial things that will help us, but also could help people dealing with noise around the world.
So TfL, as you know, has a great record of innovation and a history of working with educational establishments and industry. In fact, we've done it in recent times around looking for new technology for platform edge detection, for example. So I'm happy to take that away, have a look at it. I would also just add to some of your earlier points, the new Piccadilly line fleet of trains are lighter. They're a totally new design. They have fewer bogies that will all benefit residents. And of course, they are the new design of the deep tube train for the future. And if we can secure capital funding from government, that fleet of trains or derivative of them will then be rolled out on other deep tube lines over the coming years, which again will improve the noise situation.
Yeah, and that's to be welcome, but I just think there's so much innovation going on, and if you could get private sector finance to help with some of these trials, it's win-win for everyone. And I would love to see TfL leading this work internationally to tackle the issues we have in London and then wider, helping railways across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Russell, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to both of you. Commissioner, just last month, TfL published an updated cycling action plan. Now, the cycling action plan notes that the fear of collisions and road danger is the most common barrier to cycling. Now, there are still many streets in London with too much fast-moving traffic to be safe for people who are walking and cycling. And many people tell me they're concerned the police aren't doing enough to support the victims of road crime, particularly in investigations. So can you outline the responsibilities of the Road and Transport Policing Command, that's the police that TfL fund, on Vision Zero?
Certainly, thank you for the question. So, as you know, Vision Zero is absolutely focused on removing and preventing any deaths and serious injuries across London's road network. I think we've had a very successful period of time over the last few years in making changes to the road network, introducing more dedicated cycle lanes, reducing speeds across the network, and that is a key primary objective for us, is how we continue to introduce lower speeds across London, whether that's 20-mile-an-hour speed limits or a reduction of higher speeds on major roads where it will have significant benefit. In terms of the RTPC, we have a very good relationship with the Met Police. They do an awful lot of work collaboratively with us to work on improving safety and, of course, enforcement going forward. And under the Mayor's leadership, we are now actively working with them around how we provide better support for victims of road traffic accidents, cyclists who are injured. But I think it's fair to say nationally that is not where it needs to be. I think London is taking the lead on this through the Brake Charity as well. And I'm hopeful that we'll be making more progress on this over the coming months. We also, of course, have the Sarah Hope line, that was established a number of years ago, which is there to provide victim support as well. And we continue to learn. Obviously, we want to prevent any such incidents and accidents, but we have a very well-established relationship with a number of victims of incidents who've been injured, who come and share their experiences both with us, with the Met Police, and with wider organisations to make sure that we do learn from those tragic incidents and do whatever we can to prevent it going forward.
Thank you, and it's good to hear that you are wanting to learn from these collisions, and actually the victims' organisations do prefer that we use the word collision rather than accident, so it's just important that we get the language right. Mr Mayor, under Vision Zero, there was a commitment in 2018 that there would be enhanced training for Met Police officers and better equipment and training for people in the Met Police and the Roads and Transport Policing Command, who may be the first responders. Now, it appears the RTPC officers funded by TfL are now less likely to be involved in investigations. That's the learning piece that the Commissioner was just talking about. Most investigations are being left to borough police, and a small number are being picked up by the Serious Collisions Investigation Unit. Now, last year there were nearly 4,000 serious injuries. That's the most serious collisions amongst those need proper investigation. Now, I think there's about 1,000 of those each year that need proper investigation. So I don't expect you to have an answer to this on the tip of your tongue, but can you write to me explaining how crashes are prioritised for investigation, including the numbers in each category, and how that is communicated to the victims of road traffic collisions?
Chair, I'm more than happy to. And can I just say, some of the progress we've made is the conversations we've had about the support given to those involved in a collision. That's what Andy was alluding to in relation to the London model. Can I just make one final point, short point, because your time is short, is just to underscore your point. You mentioned the around 4,000 seriously injured. Of the 101 fatal collisions, around half of them, speed was a factor. And so that's why your point is very important.
Indeed, and addressing speed is absolutely critical. But just going on the Serious Collision Investigation Unit, it would be really helpful to understand what goes to the Serious Collision Investigation Unit and what is done by the borough teams, and including the level of detail that each of them would achieve in an investigation. So how do those, I think for victims, it's really important to understand what that level of detail is that goes into those different types, different categories of investigation, because you can have quite a serious collision and with quite serious injuries and actually not get a particularly thorough investigation.
I mean, on that, Caroline, one of the reasons why we're keen to move to a system where, not just those not just the families of those who lose their lives, but also the victims of those involved in a collision that leads to a serious injury get the right support. So Andy referred to Break or Road Peace or Sarah Hopeline. The model we're doing in London is the first in the country, and one of the reasons is for the reasons you suggest, to provide that challenge to the police to make sure there is an investigation and potentially a criminal prosecution.
Thank you. So if you could finally, because I'm out of my time now, write to me to let me know also the number of collisions that result in no further action, and whether that is because there is nothing further to investigate or whether it's because of a lack of resource.
I can try and provide the answer. I'm not sure if the Met Police will be able to give the explanation for why that is, but they can provide an answer of how many collisions have led to a prosecution. But if there's more granular stuff, I'm sure they can have a conversation with you about that.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. Mr Mayor, yesterday we heard Justice Swift tell the High Court that he could make no promises that he would have reached a judgment in the ULEZ expansion judicial review before August, which suggests that he's found the evidence worthy of very serious consideration. So that would potentially mean, if the judgment was made, say, on the 4th of August, just 4 weeks until the planned expansion date. And there are many Londoners, many businesses, many charities who are waiting on the judgment before making a decision on whether or not to go into debt to buy a new car or van. So do you accept that even if the judgment goes in your favour, whichever way the judgment goes, that the tight timetable you're setting for the 29th of August, I mean, do you not accept that it's unreasonable to expect Londoners to act so quickly after that judgment?
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the High Court decides. A lot of Londoners have already made the transition, whether it's the family, a business, or a charity, and I'm sure others will too as well. I simply can't comment on when the judgment's going to come back or what the judgment's going to be, but we are working on the basis, and I referred to in my opening statement, that the ULEZ will be expanded to all of London towards the end of August.
So we also learned last year that only a third of the cameras that would be necessary for ULEZ to expand are in place. Commissioner, are you happy that you'll be able to install the rest of those cameras in the timescale available?
Yes, the implementation plan's going as we intended, and I'm very confident that we'll have all the necessary infrastructure in place to ensure the zone goes live on the 29th of August.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayor. So you'll know our group position. We think that that you should not expand the ultra-low emission zone. But even if you're not minded to do that, the constituents who write to me and my colleagues on a regular basis, who are concerned, deeply concerned about the impacts to them of the 29th of August, do you not feel that it will be the measured, reasonable, responsible approach to delay the planned start date so at least people get more time to prepare?
I don't like to intervene, but we did have a note saying that discussion of the issues relating to the judicial review.
I'm not discussing the judicial.
Well, you're
the
talking
issues
about
related to the judicial
you're talking about
review.
delaying.
It shouldn't come out of our time.
You could delay for many different reasons, not just the judicial review.
I am becoming uncomfortable, Chair. I just wanted that on the record.
Well, if it's any,
I'm sorry to hear that.
Sorry to hear that.
if it's any consolation, I was listening quite assiduously to what Assembly Member was saying, so that it did not cross a line or try to influence the judge in any way. So far, I think we're fine, but I'm listening intently.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to know.
Thank you.
I think the question is about delay.
Yes.
And so I understand the genuine and sincere concerns Londoners have, not just your constituents, but others across the city. It wasn't an easy decision to make, but I think it's the right one. And that's why we've got this huge scrappage scheme. More and more people are applying for the scrappage scheme. We've widened the eligibility, and I'd encourage those Londoners who may think their vehicle's not compliant to check whether it's compliant. If it's not compliant, to check whether they're eligible under the new expanded scheme.
Thank you. Commissioner, there's been a lot reported around vandalism of ULEZ cameras. How widespread is that vandalism, and how many people have been prosecuted in relation to it?
So we have had a number of instances of cameras being vandalised or stolen. The Metropolitan Police have been investigating those fully. There are, I believe, 3 individuals who the police have apprehended, and 2 of those have now been referred to Crown Court, as I understand it. We don't tolerate any acts of criminal behaviour on our network, and the Met Police are taking these crimes extremely seriously. The number, in terms of the total impact, is relatively small, and of course I would strongly encourage anybody to not take this action. It is illegal, and we will work with the Metropolitan Police to ensure that any criminal activity is thoroughly investigated and the perpetrators brought to justice.
Thank you. I absolutely agree with that. Do we have a figure on how many cameras have been damaged in this way?
I don't have it to hand, but I can certainly write to you post-session.
Thank you. That would be appreciated. And stick with you, Commissioner, but just a change of subject. So on the 13th of June, TfL's Chief Finance Officer Patrick Doig told the Budget and Performance Committee that TfL expects annual passenger growth on the tube of 7%. Are you confident of that, and what are the consequences of TfL's finances if growth fails to hit that figure?
So I think TfL has been leading the way actually in terms of helping drive London's recovery post the pandemic, and certainly from a public transport perspective, TfL is one of the leading, if not the leading, public transport authority in the UK in terms of encouraging demand back onto our network. We are regularly seeing now ridership at weekends above pre-pandemic levels. In fact, last weekend it was 108% of pre-COVID levels, which is fantastic because people have reasons to come into the city for whatever activity it may be they're undertaking. And weekday ridership is also encouraging. 88% we've been as high at in the last 2 or 3 weeks, averaging about 85%. About 3.5 million passengers per day on the tube, about 5 million on the bus network. And of course the Elizabeth line, which the Mayor's already touched on, has been a real catalyst for driving increased usage of public transport. Over 600,000 passengers a day on the Elizabeth line alone. So we're confident in our budget and business plan assumptions. We predict that ridership will be at 90% of pre-pandemic levels at the end of this financial year. I would hope on current trends it might even be a little higher. A 1% movement is about £50 million of revenue to TfL, so that's really significant for us. And as I say, at the moment we're forecasting that we'll deliver an operating surplus this year, of which driving ridership and driving income is a key element to that. So I'm really pleased. We're working really hard with stakeholders across the city in the hospitality, the arts, sports, business sector to encourage people to come into London and use the public transport network.
Thank you. And in the context of the uplift, which is a positive thing to hear about, are you still planning for quieter Mondays and Fridays?
So we're trying to encourage people to use the network more on a Monday and a Friday. I think it's worth noting that the overall passenger numbers on a Monday and a Friday are still higher than the total passenger numbers on a weekend. So in that context, it needs to be understood it's still large numbers of people, but compared to what we saw in the pandemic, it's lower. We would like to see more people coming in, and we will continue to work with those stakeholders and look at what we can do to encourage people to travel 7 days a week on the public transport network.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, please.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Mayor, I'd like to ask about the announcement yesterday by train operators backed by the government that the vast majority of ticket offices on the railway are expected to close, and announcing only 21 days for public consultation. Do you think it's right for the government to be making this decision to close almost all of London's suburban rail ticket offices, given the value of public transport for Londoners, for London's businesses, and then for the knock-on effect on our wider transport network?
I think the Commissioner's last answer in relation to the recovery and getting people back into the heart of our city using public transport, it makes it less likely if there are ticket offices and staff. My slight confusion is I've only read the media reports. I'm unclear whether the government's intending to move those staff in other parts of the station, because they've also served redundancy notices to the staff. You can't have the same staff on the platforms if they've been served redundancy notices. So the concern I think many people have is that's just a Trojan horse to reduce the number of staff, which is why the redundancy notices have been served. We know, not just because of the concerns raised by women who use public transport, concerns around violence against women and girls, we also know concerns in relation to getting people back, that may deter people from coming back rather than encourage them. You also know, as Member Baker, that the network we're responsible for actually works quite in close partnership with the network we're not responsible for, because often people are travelling from outside to come into our city, particularly the commuter belt. So it is a concern. I've not seen the detail. All I've seen is the media reports, which does cause concerns.
I wonder whether then I can follow up with you, Andy, Commissioner. There seems to be, these are my words, not yours, a real antipathy from the government to have accessible, safe and affordable public transport. If fewer people are using the suburban rail network, what's the knock-on impact to TfL given the already strained financial pressures that you're under?
So I think there are 2 points someone made, Baker. Firstly, we obviously operate our own suburban rail network very successfully with London Overground, and now the Elizabeth line. And that's showing what's happened when rail devolution occurs and proper investment and turn up and go frequencies are delivered. Again, like the Mayor, I have not seen the detailed proposals that were announced yesterday. We need to work with the Rail Delivery Group to understand how that will impact the TfL network, because as the Assembly will be aware, some stations on the TfL network are actually operated by train operating companies with their staff rather than TfL staff. So we do need to understand that. We need to encourage people to use the suburban rail network, because obviously they feed onto both the bus and the tube network and the DLR, for example. So we need to ensure we don't discourage that. I'm sure that the RDG will be working through real alternatives for the proposals from a customer perspective. And of course, equally, TfL, you'll have also seen 2 days ago that the government announced the rollout of tap-in, tap-out technology for the suburban rail network in London. That's the first phase. TfL is delivering that for the DfT and for the RDG, because we are world leaders in that technology. And we know that also makes travel much easier for the majority of regular travellers. So all of that needs to be taken into context, but clearly we need to encourage more use of suburban rail across London.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit concerning that you both feel not fully on top of the impact, given that the potential impact, given that we've got till 26th of July. I understand. Very, very worrying. And Mr. Mayor, just on a very specific aspect of it, serious concerns have been raised previously that many suburban rail operators, not London Overground, I do beg your pardon, I have to find a different way of describing it. All credit to London Overground. That many suburban rail operators are already breaching their public sector equality duty because of cuts in staff and the impact that has on disabled people's access to the network. And also, it looks like many train operators have also not published their equality impact assessments for those station closures, yet the current stations are going ahead. So are you concerned that the impact on disabled Londoners in particular, and then anyone who needs a more accessible railway, is not being taken into account?
So it's worth just reminding colleagues who don't use those stations why it's important, because Andy alluded to the phrase "turn up and go." That only works if you're disabled, if there are staff there to assist you, put out the ramps and so forth, particularly at your first port of call, which is the ticket office, right? And so, it's for the RDG network and the government to respond to your particular point. I'm happy to ask the Commissioner to make that point to the RDG and to the DfT offline, and we can take that away, because obviously that is a source of concern to all of us, I'm sure, because if public transport is what it says in the tin, it should be transport for everyone, including those who are disabled. So can we take that away, because that's a really valid point of urgency that needs to be addressed in real time.
Yeah. That would be much appreciated, and we will also be raising those points, as you can imagine. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Berry, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to start with you, and I want to talk about the weight of traffic there is coming into London. This really, I think, is a burden on Londoners' shoulders, and it particularly affects outer London, near our strategic roads where there's noise and there's pollution. Obviously, there's different things causing that traffic. A couple of facts are, I asked outer Londoners, and they told me, 1 in 4 of them, that they felt forced to own a car because of the lack of public transport services. But there's also people coming in from outside of London. The last census showed, I think, 318,000 people who were driving into work in London from outside of London. So those things have a real impact. When your transport strategy was published in 2018, the press release was titled, "Mayor sets out ambitious plan to reduce car use." But as far as I can tell, the only thing that's really significantly reduced car use in this way has been, unfortunately, the pandemic, and that's unfortunately worn off. And in the process, the balance, I know, Andy, you were talking about some interesting figures earlier, but I think the balance has shifted more towards car use and away from public transport in the way that that's sort of turned out. So I think these intercity, sort of inter-London car trips need more attention from you. And one big question I have is, why aren't there any park and ride facilities of the type that might stop people when they're driving towards London at the right point and divert them onto our public transport network? When's the last time you discussed anything like that with the Commissioner?
So firstly, you'll be aware that one of the explanations for the increased use of cars post-pandemic is because of the pandemic, is because the concerns people still have about being in confined spaces and using public transport, and they got used to going back in their cars, and it's that relinquishing of their cars is clearly a challenge. The point made by Senator Baker is also linked with the difficulties getting people to leave their cars at home. When you've got a situation where the RDG have reduced the frequency of trains coming into cities like London, but also you're hearing stories about staff being lost, but also fares going up on top of inflation. Again, you can understand why people are tempted to jump back in their cars. In relation to car usage within central London and in London, you have seen a decrease in relation to cars coming into central London and in London for the obvious reasons of the ULEZ, in addition to fewer non-compliant vehicles. Actually, when you look at big sporting events, as well as speak to residents in outer London, during the weekdays, a number of outer London commuters do drive into outer London, park their cars, jump on the tube, and come into central London. The most recent example that's high profile is the day of the FA Cup final, when there were strikes on the overground network, and you had many, not just the Man United fans who live in Surrey, but the Man City fans who live in Manchester, driving down, leaving their cars on suburban stations.
That's interesting things you're talking about, but is there a strategic plan that you're making to try and I'm thinking about people who live in car dependent areas outside of London, who have to set off from their homes in their cars, ways to give them the earliest opportunity to do that in areas where the service is potentially lacking and they've got this incentive to just keep driving. Are you thinking about those people at all? Obviously it's a carrot to go with the ULEZ in addition to what I'm talking about.
I mean, the good news though, when you speak to, and you actually, if you go to one of these commuter stations, whether it's the Waterloos, the Eustons, the King's Crosses and the other stations, the Liverpool Streets and Paddingtons, they are incredibly busy Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because people are going back on the commuter train and coming in. Different conversation about Mondays and Fridays. But we've not seen the increase that you're talking about in relation to, as a consequence of a lack of facilities, people using their cars. I'm more than happy to bring the Commissioner in case I've misunderstood the data. But what we're not seeing is people no longer using the commuter trains from the commuter belt on the Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, and instead jumping in their cars. We're not seeing that.
Okay. Commissioner, when's the last time you talked to the Mayor about something like Park and Ride, or when did you last talk to the areas outside of London about dealing with this strategic issue? Because those car journeys are affecting those areas as well.
So the Mayor and I talk regularly around what we can do to improve public transport proposition in outer London, particularly on the back of his decision on ULEZ. We've launched the Superloop, which is going to make a big difference. We're reviewing outer London bus services further. I'm keen that we look at outer London rail services that TfL can provide as well, and how we work with the DfT and National Rail to improve that. And as you may know, I'm also doing a significant round of engagement with all the borough leaders. I've, I think, now met with nearly a third of all the borough leaders without hopefully upsetting too many of the inner London ones. I've been focusing on the outer London ones, and that engagement has been received really positively. It's enabled me and my team to understand what are the concerns of those boroughs and the residents in those boroughs, how we can ensure that we are focusing on the right things for their residents. And in terms of commuter traffic, actually, I can write to confirm this after the meeting, but we're not picking up a lot of noise from commuters around. They are driving in their car into London to get public transport. They are driving to the end of the TfL network, or they're driving to the National Rail network to park and get in. And interestingly, one of the things National Rail, I think, needs to put real focus on is they have created a number of parkway stations, for example, and those stations are not seeing the return to the levels that they had before. So they've got car parks that are not full, having put significant investment in. So my focus is make sure that we are delivering the right public transport proposition to encourage people not to use their cars. A lot of car journeys are within boroughs rather than to and from inner London.
Okay, I've got another quick question. And just to say, I don't think we can just rely on rail networks. Bus services are much quicker to bring in. But the other thing, Mr. Mayor, that was in your transport strategy for reducing this kind of traffic was a workplace parking levy. Can you give us any update on your development of workplace parking levy schemes in London? Because I think they've ground to a halt, and I want to know what you're doing about that.
Well, if you recall, you studied the document. It was given working with councils, for councils to have workplace parking levies. And so we were in conversation with council in a quite advanced stage before the pandemic. That came to a pause for obvious reasons. I think that the big employer in that borough moving, for reasons unconnected with the workplace levies, made that less likely to happen. That we continue to talk to local authorities about their keenness to do this. Actually, one of the reasons we think the Superloop is going to be a huge success is that town centre traffic in outer London, which may make the incentive for a council to have a workplace levy. They were going to be out London. They were both out London boroughs that were in conversation with us. Less likely, but we're nowhere near at the stage at council wanting to press go on a workplace levy, but we continue to be ready and able to provide the expertise to councils on
Okay, very quickly, will you be updating the Jacobs report
I'm afraid,
based on new census
I'm
results?
Sorry, Assembly Member, you're out of time.
That's so harsh. That was just a really practical question.
It's harsh. You'd want
Please
me to be
update
harsh.
the Jacobs report.
I'm sure you can write to the Mayor with regard to that. The next questioner is Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is to the Mayor. You froze all TfL fares under your control for the first 4 years of your mayoralty, and in these last 3 years the fares have gone up due to requirements in the government funding deal made to deal with the pandemic. What would you like to do with fares when you are no longer bound by any government requirements?
Well, thanks for reminding me and Londoners that for the first 4 years when I could make a decision, I froze fares in London. That saved the average London household more than £200. Had we not done that, fares would be 12% higher at the moment than they currently are. In the 8 years before I was mayor, they went up by more than 42%. And so, look, I think that I think Assembly Member Berry, Assembly Member Baker, and the Commissioner have talked about the need to get people back using public transport. I think it's less likely if you're going to increase fares in the sort of numbers the government wants us to do so this time. Well, basically, until our hands were tied in January 2021 because of the pandemic, we've been freezing fares, and the government's made us increase them north of RPI. I'd be keen to keep fares as low as we possibly can. Despite the government trying to force me to do otherwise, keeping travel free for under 16-year-olds, under 18-year-olds, those above the age of 60, and so forth, but also trying to keep the fares affordable for Londoners and those coming into London as well. That's the end game. But we need support from the government in relation to capital, and also we need to encourage people to use public transport, because the fares box we're over reliant on more so than any transport authority in the world.
Thank you. There's a running theme from the earlier questions about how National Rail interacts with the TfL network, and personally I think representing my constituents in Stanmore in particular, they suffer from the issues around people driving in on the last tube stop to come into London. Personally, I don't think we should be sort of encouraging park and ride. The answer is actually to improve public transport in the areas where people are driving into London from, to connect them to London better, not building more car parks. But in Germany, the government are supporting a €49 a month Deutschland ticket that covers all public transport, which links national and local networks as well. Should the government be considering such a ticket in the UK, and what would be the positive effect if such a ticket was introduced in the UK? To the Mayor, but feel free to come in.
Well, look, I think it shows real foresighted from the German government. And I think if you look around the globe, and not just in Germany, but you've got other cities being supported by their federal governments, whether it's the state government, or, whether it's the national government, to support the recovery. We want a green recovery. We want to use. It's awful for me to say something like this, but bear with me, to not waste the crisis that was the pandemic. Use it as an opportunity. And the opportunity is more people using public transport. And the €49 monthly ticket is encouraging people who may have previously driven or may want to work from home to come back to the office. Coming back to the office is so important for the economic ecosystem in relation to the businesses that benefit from that footfall and so forth. So it may appear a loss leader, but actually we know from the last 70 years German history, they're quite savvy in relation to stimulating the market, having an active industrial strategy. And that's one way of doing so. Wouldn't it be great if our government did the same thing? They've agreed to support transport authorities around the country to freeze bus fares at £2 up only until October, and then you'll see a big increase across the country. And so, rather than forcing us, for example, to increase public transport fares by RPI +1, wouldn't it be great if they supported us to keep fares down to encourage more people to use public transport? And that, by the way, keeping fares down, if more people use public transport, means more money coming in. And so actually it brings money in, an initial subsidy from the government.
Thank you. The next question is Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. Good morning. I want to focus particularly on connectivity, and I've found it really interesting, this conversation on park and rides, because we've been a pretty lone voice in supporting the Mayor of London's park of rides. You already operate many of them across TfL station car parks. I use one most days, and I'm glad that actually it looks like we're not going to be the only ones that have concerns about building over them. So thank you. Welcome to the team, Sean. My first question, I think probably best for you, Andy, if that's okay. I've been looking at Santander reports. Could you let me know what was the most recently published quarterly performance report?
For cycling?
For Santander cycles.
I'll need to write to you after. I don't have that information to hand, but certainly I can write to you post the meeting.
The last one published on the TfL website, or the GLA website, is from July to September 2021. Do you know why that might be?
I don't, I'm afraid, so I'll need to follow up on that specifically.
Okay. Also, looking at customer satisfaction reports, the last customer satisfaction report I can see there is from 2017 to 2018. Do you know why that might be?
So customer satisfaction for TfL or for Santander? For
Santander cycles.
Again, some of the best I don't know. I mean, obviously from a TfL perspective, we publish our customer care scores as part of our scorecard, which covers all TfL services. So I can follow up after the meeting specifically on Santander.
Have you halted specific customer satisfaction reports for Santander cycles?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so that is concerning then, that you're not sure that you've halted them, but there's nothing published since 2017, 2018.
Well, I'll need to follow up on after the meeting on that particular issue. I'm not familiar with it, so I'll need to follow up after the meeting.
Okay. From 2015 to 22, the sponsorship agreement for Santander Cycles was 43.75 million. The sponsorship agreement for 2021 to 2023, do you have that figure?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Okay, that figure's also not published.
As I say, I'll need to follow up. Unfortunately, I'm not well briefed on the Santander specifics that you're raising, so I'll need to follow up after the meeting.
Mr. Mayor, given obviously the connectivity we're trying to produce in our cities, is this concerning you? It concerned me.
Well, the figure I do have, if it helps, is the Santander Cycle Hire scheme for 22-23, which showed 10.5 million hires, which is, I think, the second or third busiest year ever. That's the figure I've got in my briefing. But I'm more than happy to follow up the points you've raised with the Commissioner.
And thanks. And I saw that information is available, but the fact there's no quarterly performance report, the fact there's no customer satisfaction report, and the fact that we don't know what the sponsorship agreement is that concerning at all?
No, because I'm sure we've discussed in the various meetings that the Commissioner and I have had and the team have had. So you're putting to us things that appear not to be in the public domain, and what the Commissioner's agreed to do is take it away and respond to you, but nothing you've said or the Commissioner said causes me concern.
I mean, it looks really, really bare, and this is coming from someone that said that they'd be the most transparent mayor ever. I'm trying to understand the Santander performance, and there's literally nothing available. I mean, the customer satisfaction reports literally drop off. It's just not good enough, and I would have thought at least you would highlighting this today would have been of some concern to you to take away and make it better. I want to move on briefly to the Superloop. Did you get a chance to speak to your Deputy Mayor at all about the exchange we had in last month's plenary?
In relation to the Superloop, I'm not sure what point you mean. We meet regularly, so...
Okay, because, he said that I'd put to him a very fair challenge about the inadequacy of the X123 proposed route. Did he bring that to your attention at all?
I've discussed a number of routes and a number of numbers, not all of them stick in my head, but in relation to the Superloop, I know there are various conversations taking place with stakeholders, and I suspect you'd be categorised as a stakeholder.
Okay, so one of the big problems in the X123, which is the proposed route, which at the moment would take you from Walthamstow to Royal Victoria, all three of those stations are very connected stations. The current public transport officer closely matches the driving time. They're already in the ULEZ. That's missed out a whole chunk of areas from Chingford to Fairlop to Havering that will now be in the extended ULEZ, and they're getting nothing from this offer. Locally, there's cross-party consensus here, and even the local Labour Party are petitioning you to extend that route and look at it again. Before it goes to consultation, will you look again at this proposed route in its current form, because it just doesn't do the job it's supposed to do?
I do remember a conversation with Redbridge Council, if that's what you're referring to, but can I take that away?
No, it's Waltham Forest Council, actually.
Let me take that away, because we speak to so many stakeholders, and so I'm not sure which particular routes we're talking about. So I'm more than happy to get somebody to drop you a note in relation to the conversations we've had.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. My question is to you first. What are the consequences of TfL being unable to fully fund their capital programme due to not having a long-term government funding settlement?
I mean, it's very serious. I mean, if you just, you've got a number of issues at stay here. So a question was asked earlier on about, for example, concerns around noise. Well, if you're using the oldest trains in the country, which is what the Bakerloo Line train is, it's hardly surprising there's lots of noise in relation to that. So we're concerned in relation to major renewals, in relation to enhancements, the impact that has on service levels, the impact that has on renewing the assets. Of course, in relation to value for money with deals being done, it's really, really important. If you're doing last-minute deals that are short-term, the ability to get value for money is far less than it is doing long-term deals well in advance. And particularly if the people you're procuring with know you're doing these short-term deals, then they can often, I say it's not in a critical way, but take advantage of that, right, in relation to the deal they do with you. So it is a concern. I think the Commissioner highlighted the fact that over the next 3 years, we want to spend £6.4 billion. That's over 3 years. The next year, 24-25, it's about 1.9 billion. We think we found 3/4 of the 1.9 billion. There's a gap of 475 million pounds we're asking the government to support us with. The sooner we know, the sooner the team can start negotiating those contracts. But it is a source of concern, and the Commissioner, every time we meet, one of the questions I ask him is an update in relation to those conversations. And I know the Commissioner, in his meetings with the PermSec and ministers in the DfT, it's one of the standing items on the discussions they have.
Well, thank you for that answer, Mr. Mayor. The next question is to the Commissioner. Clearly, a long-term settlement is important. The government's city regional sustainable transport settlements are 5-year financial settlements given to the 8 English city regions. Has London been offered such a deal?
No, is the short answer. In fact, the government were quite clear in the fact they've offered London-style settlements to those cities. London currently is without such a London-style settlement. We have been very clear that we need the 475 million that both the Mayor and I have referred to. If we don't get that, we will have to make some very difficult decisions around reprioritising our capital needs. It will also have knock-on impact in the wider supply chain. A huge amount of the investment that we put into our capital programmes is actually invested outside of London in the supply chain. Piccadilly line being the most obvious example we talk about, with the new trains being built in Goole in East Yorkshire. So we've been making that point very strongly to government, and to put it into context. Currently, the funding that we have equates to about 46% of the total capital that we need, whereas Manchester, for example, has 71% when you compare it as a proportion of the actual money that they've got. That just is not sustainable for the city the size of ours, for the transport infrastructure that we have. And clearly, we have demonstrated through the Elizabeth line, Barking Riverside extension, Northern Line extension, when you invest in those schemes, people will use them and it will drive the economy. What I will say is that the relationship with government does appear to be much more positive than we've had, particularly during the dark days of the pandemic, and we have good relationship with both officials and ministers. So I am hopeful that we will be able to reach agreement, but it's clearly a very challenging situation, and we need to give certainty not only to us but to London and to the wider industry.
Yeah, thank you for that answer, Mr. Commissioner. And the Commissioner is absolutely right, Mr. Mayor, that the government's City Regional Sustainable Transport Settlement guidance says London's capacity and funding was built over years of several successful multi-year financial settlements. That's what the guidance says about the government. So are you really sure that they're selling the story of London's success and they haven't given you a 5-year capital settlement deal?
Well, my ask from the government is very simple. I'd like a London-style deal.
For London. Great. Thank you for that succinct answer, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. Carrying on from my colleague, Assembly Member Best's question on buses, there's currently a proposal regarding the W12, W13, W14 and the 549. Some of those proposals are good, I have to say, but you are in consultation on those changes, one of which involves deleting one of the services. If the consultation comes back and says that the people are not happy with that, will you give that due consideration, or will you just continue with the proposals as set out, Mr. Mayor?
I'm simply not on top of the details of every single consultation that we do. You appreciate
that, yeah.
We appreciate this. There's frequency changes, there's extensions of bus routes, sometimes reduction of the length of journey, and there are new bus routes. What I can do is ask the Commissioner to explain the process we go through in relation to talking to stakeholders, the engagement, the consultation, and the response we have as a consequence of that consultation and engagement. We do take seriously the points London has raised. You'll be aware last year, for example, we decided not to proceed with the cuts in central and in London the government wanted us to do in our buses because of the response from people to the consultation. So we do listen. The same goes with the Superloop. The reason why the Deputy Mayor, Seb Dance, is spending so much time speaking to stakeholders, has been referred to earlier on, and the Commissioner is spending so much time speaking to council leaders in London, is to make sure we get on board the views of stakeholders about where they'd like the Superloop to go. So, the general answer is, of course, we take on board the responses to the consultation, and as you've been fair and said, a lot of it is good news and upside, but some of it, for the reasons you've said, I don't know the detail, appear to be downside, but I'm sure we'll take that into account.
Could I also, and I'll come to the Superloop in a minute if I may, Mr. Mayor, could I also, we have already had an exchange regarding the 346 bus, which will be deleted, and you yourself said that if older people have to walk more than 600 metres, that's not a good thing, and that bus does serve one of the areas that has a very older age profile, and that's been identified in the work that you've done. So could I just put a special plea that we do look at that again, please, Mr. Mayor? And then in relation to the Superloop, I'm the Assembly Member for Havering and Redbridge. We don't have any proposals for the Superloop in Havering. I'm hoping to have discussions regarding an extension of the Superloop that would include Havering. I just appreciate that being considered, because Havering, being an outer London borough, is going to be hit hard by the ULEZ. I don't want to get into the politics of that, but if there's no alternative, then what can people do?
Firstly, thank you for raising the point in relation to Havering. I mentioned that the leader of Redbridge had been in touch. The leader of Havering has not been in touch. He's a bit busy suing me, I suspect.
You can talk to the leader of the opposition.
But I'm more than happy to speak. I'm more than happy to speak to you and take on board your points. Can I take away your points about the Superloop? Not get into Havering, and we'll look into that.
We have got some very interesting and practical suggestions.
No, you always do. No, to be fair, and I'm more than happy to take that away, Keith. In relation to, I've got a note about the 346, 347, and 497. The proposed changes to those bus routes. Can I offline brief you in relation to where we are on those routes and stuff? But your point is a very important one. If you're an older Londoner, clearly, it's difficult to walk even 400 metres, let alone 600 metres and stuff. And I'm particularly sympathetic to the demographics of an area where we know older people use buses to make sure those, buses stop as near as possible to those older people. I would make this point. I think more than a quarter of our buses are hail. You can hail a bus down wherever you are.
Hail and ride.
Hail and ride. And so that makes a big difference. That's a big game changer, isn't it, in relation to this need?
No, it's very good.
No need for a bus stop for an older person to hail a bus. But if you wouldn't mind, let me know the details in relation to the particular road. If it's not reaching that road,
we can. It's a route. I don't want to go into the detail of it now, but basically you're extending a route, which is good, and that's going to give more connectivity between the outer London stations. But there's a loop that's run by this bus, which just won't be looped anymore because it's being deleted. Leave that. Just one left of field one. I know that there have been some discussions with Havering around the north to south tram. I have to say it wouldn't be something that I would particularly support because I'm not a fan of trams. But have we any updates on that at all?
So firstly, I had a brain freeze. Havering aren't taking me to court. I should have said it's Harrow and Hillingdon. It's the H's. They confused me. The alliteration.
Yeah, we don't take people to court. We have other ways of dealing with matters.
Just the alliteration. That's not for minuting. Can I ask the clerk not to minute that because maybe it's construed as a threat? So
no threat intended.
I know it's not. I'm going to bring in the Commissioner in relation to the north to south tram, because I don't want to speak at cross purposes. I'm not sure that we it doesn't immediately ring a bell. If that's
so to speak. Yeah. That's fine. I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Mayor. And
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner. Sadiq, earlier today you were talking about your transport strategy, which aims for 80% of all journeys in London to be made by walking, cycling or public transportation by 2041, and I was encouraged to hear the Commissioner note that actually the way to do that is to make it the most attractive form of travelling. 5 years on, should there be a target for shared mobility options, and that would include e-bikes, car clubs and carpooling in order to help Londoners move away from private car use?
Yeah, the shared mobility not only helps in relation to reducing congestion, there are other additional benefits as well. But actually, to get to public transport, you've got to walk to your station, whether it's 400 metres or more, so that is active travel, right? Cycling is clearly active travel, as indeed is walking. So at the moment we're on, I think, 62%. The target is 80% of walking, cycling and public transport. That sort of innovation is really good. Car hire schemes, e-scooter hire schemes, walking to the bay where you hire your e-scooter, walking from the bay where you've dropped off your e-scooter. That's all part of the model we're working towards, and we've got to be innovative, because if we can encourage people to own a car less because they've got a car available they can hire, but also walking to the higher place leads to activity. That addresses a whole host of issues in relation to the NHS, obesity, and so forth.
It also means there's fewer cars on the road, easing congestion. But about 14 months ago, the government announced in the transport bill in the Queen's speech that they would grant powers to TfL to regulate e-bikes. What problems is the delay to this legislation having in London?
I may bring in the Commissioner with your permission in relation to this, but one of the issues about this is the government has now delayed regulation. There's still unregulation, but they've extended the trial pilot phase of the e-scooters. We've now got to procure new contracts with these private companies. In the meantime, they're being extended. So there are challenges in relation to the lack of regulation, in relation to e-scooters, in relation to bikes. There's a separate challenge in relation to the separate MOUs councils have with the hire bikes. Big concerns raised, particularly for those who are visually impaired, mums and dads with buggies, in relation to the clutter on our pavements. Some councils have been really innovative, like Wandsworth Council, in relation to taking action against these companies, but it is a challenge. Again, lack of regulation. We've got very little locus in this area, but I'll bring in the Commissioner with your permission in relation to the challenges.
I agree. I think there is an opportunity, and I welcome London councils who are collectively looking at this issue. The independent cycle hire companies, I think, have a real opportunity in London, but I think at the moment it's not delivering the best for our city. I think TfL, working with London councils, working with those companies, if we can get some better organisation, collaboration, to avoid the issues that I think frustrate many people around where bikes get left, particularly for those people who maybe have disabilities or families. So I think there's an opportunity there, and I'm keen to get involved with London councils and with those organisations. But we do need the government and the Department for Transport to give some clarity on the regulation going forward. And on e-scooters, obviously, we are running the trial. That is proving quite successful. There's a number of trials across the country, but again, we need DFT, I think, to come to a conclusion as to what the way forward is. But I would hope that TfL would remain the overall coordinator of all of this going forward.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, clearly, the government working with TfL and London councils is the way forward on this. I'm just wondering, do you have any sort of timescale, or has the government given any indication on when they might be able to kind of come to the table with some legislation around this?
I'm not aware of any timescale, but I'll double check, and if there is some, we'll write to post the committee, but I'm not aware of any.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett, please.
Morning. Good to see you at a plenary, Mr. Mayor. A question about bus drivers and hot weather. So if you listen to bus drivers, one of the issues that they bring up a lot, not so much this week, we're enjoying a cooler July week, but a couple of weeks ago we had a period of hot weather, which is normal for the time of year, and a huge number of complaints from bus drivers that the conditions that they were operating in their cab was just completely in excess of what's reasonable. And it's a health and safety issue, a workplace issue, and it's a road safety issue, because obviously all the rest of us sharing the road with the bus drivers who may be in no fit state to drive a bus because of the heat in their cab. Are you happy that everything that can be done is being done to sort out the cooling in cabs for bus drivers in London? So it's a question for you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and we meet regularly with not just bus operating companies, but the trade unions and bus drivers directly as well. If you remember, one of the concerns we had post-Sandilands was fatigue, and so you're right to remind us that even if you're not on the bus or a bus driver, all of us should be concerned in relation to working conditions of bus drivers. You'll also be aware that in the pandemic there was a particular concern in relation to ventilation and windows being opened or closed and stuff. So, the cabins, some of them, are hot. We are speaking to both the bus operators, the trade unions, the drivers, to see what we can do to make sure there is good ventilation on those buses. You'll be aware, because of the pandemic, that screen went up on this side of the driver in relation to COVID and so forth. But we continue to look into this. One of the other concerns we had, if you remember, was that some of these windows didn't open, and so we sort of change the windows so they open on the bus to have circulation, including keeping them open. So little widgets to keep the windows open rather than them closing and stuff by a passenger, which affects the circulation of the air. But I'm more than happy, I think the Commissioner's issue to get in relation to further reassurance in relation to this issue as well. Sure.
What you've just talked about, though, is ventilation. And obviously, if it's, say, 30, 35 degrees outside, you're sitting in for health and safety reasons, an enclosed glass box so you can see out. But that doesn't really help from a greenhouse point of view. Temperature in the cabs is frequently up to 40 degrees. And what drivers would say is what you just talked about is moving the heat around, and what they want is something to cool it down. Are you happy, sorry, Commissioner, are you happy that the cooling, not just the ventilation, the cooling in the cabs is adequate?
So this is a really important issue, and I've actually, along with Glyn Barton, our COO, and Luz Cheeseman, who's our Director of Buses, visited the two biggest UK bus manufacturers in the last 6 weeks, Wright Bus in Northern Ireland and ADL in Falkirk, to talk about the ergonomics of bus driving, both from how to improve ventilation, but also how to improve the ergonomics, particularly for female bus drivers. How do we also ensure...
My time is limited, and I didn't ask about the whole ergonomic question. I'm asking not about ventilation either, but cooling, active cooling.
Ventilation and cooling is all part of the same thing, but ergonomics of the cab is really important as well, because it's no different to us sitting at a desk here. We expect drivers to do that. We need to make sure that they have the best conditions that are appropriate for all bus drivers. So there's a lot of work being done. I'm comfortable that we're in a reasonable place, but I think there's more that we can do, and we need the bus operators and in particular the manufacturers to come up with new technology that will enable that and keep buses affordable but deliver the right conditions for drivers in the climate situation that we see.
Yeah, see, that sounds like a steady as she goes answer, which it keeps talking about ventilation, which I want to reiterate is not adequate when it's 30 plus degrees outside. You know, just some recent examples. 13th of June, just before 6:30, a 151 bus collided with a hedge and a fence, entirely left the road, effectively next to a bus stop, ploughed across the pavement into a sort of grassed area, fortunately at the side. Appeared to be because the driver had fainted due to excessive heat. Another recent example, a driver on the 147, widely circulated on social media. The driver collapsed, effectively tried to come out of he stopped the bus, tried to get out of his cab, and sort of collapsed on the boarding step. I mean, those are extreme examples. How many other drivers are going around, you know, in a sort of mental state that is extremely, not just fatigued, but, you know, borderline incapacitated? And drivers themselves will tell you that there is not adequate cooling. They're just driving around in a greenhouse where the blower just moves the air around. I mean, what percentage of buses, for example, have functioning air conditioning that is actively cooling the cab and keeping the drivers in a fit state?
So I take the welfare and condition of all of our colleagues, be they TfL employees or those of our concession operators, extremely seriously. I can't comment on those specific examples. I would expect any bus driver who doesn't feel fit to work to notify their duty manager or their bus operator of the case.
Sure, that's putting the burden on the driver.
I don't know the percentage of buses to hand. I can write to you on that. But as I've already said, I've visited both the bus manufacturers, the first commissioner to do so in a number of years, to see how we can do more to improve the conditions on our bus fleet going forward, because there is more we can do and should be doing, whether it's around air conditioning, cooling, ergonomics, etc.
Okay.
But we take safety extremely seriously, and I would hope that any bus driver who feels unfit to drive would notify his operator and stop driving.
Okay. I mean, what I'm hearing is that it's summer now. Hot weather is, you know, likely due back soon. I really would like to hear. Perhaps you can write to me with something that you're actually going to do, other than that it's going to deliver change many years into the future. I'm very concerned as a cyclist sharing the road with people who are in that state. But I will leave it there. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. We'll now take a 10-minute break, if that's okay with the Assembly members. Thank you very much. Thank you, members. Before we start the questions again, I'd like to welcome students from Highgate Woods School in Haringey and from Graveney School in Tooting So I'm sure the Mayor will be interested that there's people from Tooting here.
And Graveney, indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
I've been told to by my wife and daughters, but yeah, great school.
Right, okay, thank you. We'll now carry on with the questions if we can, and the next person to ask a question is Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Mayor Khan and Commissioner. So my question is about TfL's delivery of its 20,000 housing target, and they've got a target for 20,000 homes by 2031, of which half, I'm pleased to hear, will be affordable. But on the 13th of June, your finance officer said that the focus is on bringing forward new schemes, so taking things through planning. And I just wondered, given the challenges in the housing sector at the moment with interest rates and labour issues, maybe concerns that potential partners might have about their own financial position, what that means for the target for TfL.
Thank you for the question. So we are pleased with the progress we're making. We've got a number of schemes where we've got approvals for going forward, and as you rightly say, 50% of all the homes that we'll be constructing will be affordable. Most fortunately, from an interest rate perspective, most of our schemes are in the very early construction phase and therefore are not yet on the market. So at the moment, we don't anticipate any significant impact from that. But of course, we are working closely with our developers and with the commercial teams of those organisations to make sure that doesn't impact. We're also focusing on the longer term as well, both in terms of the schemes that we've got underway and the planning applications that we're waiting for, but also, of course, recently just submitted a strategic outline case for the DLR extension to Thamesmead as well, which would unlock 30,000 new homes and 10,000 jobs. So not only is TfL driving forward in terms of its land that we have, but also enabling other areas where we've got cross-party support and developers actively ready to go, and incredible support from Department for Levelling Up and Housing for that scheme, and we have public commitment from the Rail Minister as well about 2 weeks ago. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to make further progress there for housing, both within the GLA and TfL's responsibilities, but also in the wider boroughs too.
Thank you. And my next question is about, I suppose, the way in which TfL interacts with, on your strategic road network. I know you own only about 5% of the roads in London, you manage them, but obviously that the really important roads, and many of those are residential. I'm thinking about a visit that I made recently to Rectory Road in my constituency, which I can't do road numbers, I don't drive, apologies, but it is part of the Stoke Newington Gyratory, and there are many other schemes like this across the capital. So work was stalled because of the pandemic, and residents and I met with TfL officers to talk about some of the measures you might take to, whilst you're waiting for a permanent scheme, to improve air quality, to make sure that we're managing speeds, and to just really involve those residents who do live otherwise happily on those in those areas. How we're making sure that their voices are part of the conversations when TfL is managing its road network.
So it's absolutely critical that we have the appropriate engagement with both the boroughs, the councils and residents in those areas. So obviously we will engage and consult as appropriate on any of those new schemes. As I'm sure the Assembly know, we have a number of critical junctions that we would like to make safer, which, as you have already said, will not only improve the safety and enable our Vision Zero target, but also have environmental and congestion benefits as well. Capital funding is a critical element of this, and again, we've made it clear as part of our capital discussions with government that we need funding for the major road network in London. Currently, we have to apply through the MRN scheme, which applies across the country. And one of the things that I've suggested as an early discussion item is, could London be given a pot of money because we have such critical road infrastructure that we then as TfL can make decisions in consultation with boroughs, councils and other stakeholders around where we can use that money to best deliver the benefit, be that for safety, active travel or the environment. So I'm not familiar, unfortunately, with the specific junction that you talk about, but I'm happy to meet with you and discuss that afterwards if that would be useful.
Yeah, no, I would absolutely welcome that. And I think your point about additional funding through MRN would be welcomed not just by my constituents, but by everybody's constituents here. I think of another scheme, another visit that we had from TfL Transport Engineers, specifically about road safety on the road going from Hackney Wick towards Waltham Forest and eventually to Chingford. And, you know, things like speed, it's close to a school, so things like speed, crossings are really, really vital to the people that live in that area, and to encourage children and their families to cycle to school rather than to use, you know, their cars. So I'd really welcome that. But my third... Oh, I'm out of time apparently. I would really like to pick those issues up with you after this meeting though, because I'm sure it extends to other Assembly members as well.
Happy to do so.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall, please.
Good morning, Mr Lord. Obviously, at the moment, the ULEZ expansion judicial review has been heard, but we're still waiting for the judge's judgment. How prepared is TfL for all the eventualities?
So our focus is around delivering the implementation of the scheme for the 29th of August, as I've already commented on. That is our absolute focus. We're on track for that. I'm confident that we will deliver the scheme for that date. And with regards to the potential outcome of the JR, we'll have to wait to see what the judge says.
Yes, that of course doesn't answer my question though, does it? On the 19th of June, Ross Lydell in the Evening Standard wrote, and I'll quote, "Transport for London is disaster planning for possible outcomes from the legal battle," and they'd learnt that. "These range from the court giving the green light for the expansion, ordering minor or major changes, or requiring the entire consultation to be restarted, which could take months." Now, is that correct?
I don't disaster plan for anything, so I'm not sure where the Evening Standard got information. We clearly plan for all eventualities, but I'm going to wait for the judge's outcome, and I think it would be inappropriate to comment any further on that.
So you do plan for all eventualities, but you're not prepared to tell us that you have done that and what you've specifically planned for?
I don't think I should be prejudging the outcome of a JR.
No, well, I'm just wondering whether you're prepared properly for all eventualities.
Our focus is around delivering the scheme for the 29th of August.
Okay, so if the consultation has to be rerun, how long would you expect that process to take?
I think it depends very much on what the judge says, so I'm not going to give a timescale if in that eventuality we have to consider it.
So you're not prepared at all?
I'm not prepared for what, sorry?
For all eventualities?
I'm waiting for the judge's outcome. We are scenario planning in case he makes certain judgments, but I'm not prepared to go into the detail of that because I don't think I should prejudge the outcome of the JR.
Okay, so, Mr Mayor, if the consultation has to be rerun, would you seek to start that process as soon as possible, or would you take that chance to reassess the situation?
Chair, I think you were quite clear in relation to your advice about discussing this case. We're working on the basis that we will succeed on defending the JR. We're working on the basis that ULEZ expanded at the end of August. What we're not doing is going to prejudge the outcome of the High Court case.
Nobody's doing that. We just want some comfort that you actually have a plan B, and none of you ever seem to give us any comfort that you know what you're going to do for all eventualities. So, Commissioner, how reliant are TfL's finances on income from payment and fines from the expanded ULEZ?
So we've been very clear as part of our business plan that we believe in the full year of operation we will receive about £200 million from ULEZ. but equally we expect that during the duration of our business plan to reduce to close to zero, because this is not a financial scheme. It has revenue benefits clearly, but it's been driven around the air quality improvement. So over the course of our business plan, we expect that 200 million to reduce down to or close to zero.
£200 million from hard-working Londoners, and I think that's why they're all so very upset about it. Mr Mayor, given that the TfL commissioned the Jacobs report made it clear that expanding the ULEZ would do vanishingly little to improve air quality, do you regret spending so much money on camera network designed for a policy that may well never be implemented?
By the way, Chair, everybody who uses public transport in London is also hard-working, and it's really important to give them credit for the contribution they make towards the fares box of TfL, whether they use the tube, the buses, the trams, the overground, or pay the congestion charge, the LEZ or the ULEZ. In relation to the caricature of the Jacobs report, I'm quite clear whether you look at emissions, exposure, concentration, accumulated reduction in NOx or particulate matter or carbon dioxide, or percentage reductions, all of them show that the ULEZ leads to cleaner air in London. My short point is that I just want the 4 million Londoners in central and inner London to benefit from that cleaner air. I want all Londoners, including those who live in outer London as well.
Yes, air quality. Okay, so let's move on to air quality. The UK's safe limit for healthy air is to have fewer than 25 small particles in a cubic metre of air. In some places on the underground, it's been shown that it's over 200 per cubic metre. So do you think that that's good enough?
I think you've misrepresented the criteria around subsurface air quality and below surface, and above surface air quality. So above surface, the requirements from the government is 40 micrograms per cubic metre, and that was a target they'd set for by 2010. It should be below 40 micrograms per cubic metre. We've still not reached that target. And before I became mayor, King's College said it will take 193 years to meet that target. The good news, because of our policies like ULEZ, we'll meet that target.
Can we concentrate on the underground, which is what I'm talking about? Try not to look cross. I'm talking to you about the underground. Can we concentrate on answering about the underground? Those of us that have to come all the way here on the underground, we want to know that the air is clean.
So above the surface, it's 40 micrograms per cubic metre. Below the surface, there is no government requirement. There is health and safety. There is health and safety
That's
requirements.
That's all right then.
There is health and safety requirements which we're well below. So in relation to below surface, the particular matter that comes from iron oxides, we're well below the health and safety requirements. None of the dust is carcinogen, unlike above the surface. But because we're not still complacent, what we've done over the last 7 years since I've been mayor is massively increased the amount of funding to reduce even further the dust particles on the undergrounds. We've seen a 19% reduction of dust particles being reduced on platforms, a 34% reduction in particles being reduced in the driver's cabin. We have 330 kilometres of deep tunnel in the underground. 130 kilometres of the tunnel is deep cleaned every year. We're working with Imperial College and others to improve even more the dust particles, but we are well within the health and safety requirements in relation to subsurface. We are not within the government's requirements above surface.
Right, okay, since you know so much about the air quality underground, can you give me what they actually are? What are the particles underground?
I'm more than happy to write to the member with the research.
No, tell me now. You know all the others off by heart. Tell me if you know it's a 19% reduction, whatever, on what? So give those of us that need to go and look it up, what is the particles underground? So we can go and look up and make sure that we're inhaling reasonably clean air.
So the particles underground are iron oxide, not NOx, not particulate matter 2.5, not particulate matter 10, not nitrogen dioxide. So none of the poison that comes from diesel vehicles or older petrol vehicles are in the underground. I'm more than happy to send to the member the work from Imperial College. We've also in the underground now got world-leading backpack dust particle cleansers on platforms and in the driver's cabin, but we are well below the health and safety executive's limits on the underground.
Okay, well, when I've been sent those, we'll no doubt have the discussion again. Going back to this camera network, Commissioner, how much will the cameras have cost in total when you've finished putting them all up?
So we have budgeted £160 million for all the infrastructure for the ULEZ, along with the relevant technology that's required to support the scrappage scheme and other elements. So the whole implementation is budgeted at £160 million.
Okay, thank you. Mr Mayor, one explanation for your desperation to expand the camera network across the whole of London is your desire to introduce road user charging across London. At last month's MQT, you were very unwilling to answer my colleague Emma Best's straightforward questions on whether you'd commit to either putting London-wide road user charging in your manifesto or ruling it out until after May 2028. So will you tell us now, what is your intention with road user charging?
Chair, I'm sure that the member and I will have a lot of chance to discuss our manifestos in advance of next May. I know some of the Tory members won't be happy with that, but if Assemblymember Hall is the Tory candidate, we'll have plenty of opportunities to be discussing our respective manifestos before May the 2nd.
Well, I tell you, mine wouldn't include road user charging, and I wouldn't have the ULEZ extension either. That would be stopped on day one. Having spoken to the very brilliant Mayor of Croydon, Jason Perry, and Conservative councillors, it's clear that there is a lack of investment in public transport in that borough. Can you please update the Assembly on the plan to replace the CR4000 tram fleet after 2028?
I can bring the Commissioner to explain some of the issues in relation to capital investment. He's already referred to the fact that we require in year 24-25 £475 million from the government, and I'm sure the Mayor of Croydon, the councillors and Assemblymember Hall will be working with us to lobby the government, but I'll let the Commissioner respond to the specific point about tram upgrades, renewals and so forth in Croydon.
Thanks, Mayor. So I too have met with the Mayor and leader of Croydon, and it was a very positive meeting. We want to be able to replace the tram fleet that you refer to, ideally around about 2028 or thereabouts. We have put money in our budget to do the initial design feasibility work, but as the Mayor said, it is dependent on us getting the capital funding we need from government as part of the longer term capital agreement. We currently don't have the funds to actually run the procurement or replace the fleet, which we need to do. We'll continue to mitigate and review our maintenance actions to keep the existing fleet to an acceptable level of service, but that is going to deteriorate over time, and that's why we need the capital funding requirement from central government.
Well, I believe it's only been said it's safe till 2028, so clearly we're all concerned about that. And
just to be clear, if I may, it will always be safe. We will never operate anything that's unsafe. It will be reliability that will take a hit if we don't replace the trams.
Okay, well, let's hope that we come up with an answer there. And just before I finish, Mr Mayor, you say that air on the tube is safe, so well, then why does Queen Mary University say it is not?
Well, we're quite clear about this. So the TfL worked with the government's committee on the medical effects of air pollutants, who looked into this at TfL's request. They didn't say it was unsafe. Imperial College are looking into this. They've not said it's unsafe. The Health and Safety Executive, whose limits were well below, haven't said it's unsafe. I appreciate for party political reasons some colleagues may want to give that impression and scare commuters. Our advice is that we're well within the health and safety limits, but we'll continue to make more progress. As I said, 19% reduction on platform dust, 37% reduction on driver's cab, and we'll continue to work with colleagues to make it even cleaner.
Well, no doubt I'll come back to this because it's something that is really vexing very, very many commuters. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Mr Mayor and Commissioner. It's great to have you here with us. I think it's a well-known fact, all roads lead to Lewisham, Assemblymember Devell's patch. Unfortunately, all tube lines do not lead to Lewisham. In fact, no tube lines lead to Lewisham. I'm so pleased for the laughter, guys. I really worked on that one. We, as you know, are incredibly keen for the extension of the Bakerloo line that was promised. And actually, that case was made by Ifia Kinteo, a really articulate young woman from Lewisham at the recent LBC State of London debate. We fully understand that obviously the government has continued to move the goalposts when it comes to the funding deal for TfL, and given the financial crisis that we had under COVID, we can't necessarily deliver the things that were initially promised, and what we need serious government funding in order to make that happen. But as someone who lives in Lewisham, has previously lived in Catford, like the young lady who spoke at the State of London debate, it is totally untenable in terms of getting to jobs, in terms of having a life to thrive, when we don't have access to the tube line. So I know that you'll be going in to renegotiate with the government on a TfL funding deal, Mr. Mayor, and I wanted to ask, how hard are you pushing for government funding for the Bakerloo line, particularly as not only does it improve transport links, but it will hopefully unlock regeneration and nearby house building that's necessary in South East London?
Well, the good news is, as the Commissioner said, relations with the government are far better now than they have been in the past. But you're right to remind us, as the Commissioner sought to do, that actually new transport infrastructure, helps regenerate an area, but also helps us to build more homes, create more jobs, and so forth. And we can now point to examples of that investment in London with the Elizabeth line, Crossrail 1. In relation to the jobs that's created, and how you go to Woolwich now, it's a completely different area, or Abbey Wood to what it was previously. I'll give other examples. Look at the Northern Line extension, 9 Elms and Battersea Power Station, transformed by public transport infrastructure. Look at Bark and Riverside, transformed. So we've submitted a business case for a different project this year. We've submitted a business case for the DLR extension to Beckton and Thamesmead. We've already got a route for the Bakerloo Line Southern extension, by the way. And so what we're saying to the government is that we've got a route for the Bakerloo Line extension. At the very least, safeguard that route to make it less expensive later on, if we decide to do it later on. But actually, those trains are very old trains. Lewisham and other boroughs in London could do with that stimulus of an underground going there. And this is a project that will benefit not just that part of London, South East London, but the capital city and the country, because we know from other projects actually there are jobs created around the country as well. And so we are lobbying the government in relation to Bakerloo Line extension south, in relation to the Docklands Light Railway extension to Thamesmead, in relation to the West London Orbital, and in relation to Crossrail 2. That's also a mission that needs to be completed.
Thank you. It's reassuring to hear that you are continuing to push the government on funding for the Bakerloo line specifically and safeguarding the route, but also we hope that there'd be a business plan that would accompany that, because like I said, I think you'll be hearing about this until we can ride on that Bakerloo line from Lewisham. Just a final point, and Commissioner, I'll come to you on this. It's a sort of slightly more broader point actually, as we talk about the positivity that comes from extending transport links in terms of regeneration, and with sort of upcoming planning and regeneration projects in London, whether that's housing or commercial. How are you helping London achieve our net zero targets through this building?
So thank you for the question. I will just add on the Bakerloo line, the redevelopment of Elephant and Castle, we took the correct decision as part of that the new station box is being constructed at Elephant and Castle that would enable the Bakerloo line extension going forward. So we don't have the funding to fit it out, but it's worth the Assembly being aware that that station box is being constructed as we speak.
That's very reassuring, thank you.
In terms of net zero, we have a number of schemes that will clearly make a huge impact. Our housing schemes we talked about will make a significant difference. The biggest single impact will be if we can accelerate the decarbonisation of our bus fleet and accelerate our entire bus fleet becoming zero emission by 2030. Currently our target is 2034. We've already taken some immediate decisions within the TfL executive to make sure that we don't renew any contracts this year or next year that would prevent us from achieving that target. We're talking to the bus manufacturers and also other urban cities who are large bus operators to do that. And also we're focusing on how we decarbonise our TfL operations, so our property footprint across the TfL estate.
Thank you. Yes, no, it was the property footprint decarbonisation that I was more interested in, but I'm out of time, so I'll follow that up with you in writing. Thank you, Commissioner and Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm now going to hand over the chairmanship to Dr. Sahota.
Okay, Chair, over to you for your question.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, when were you last in Uxbridge?
I'm all over London all the time. Maybe Ruislip. I'm not sure. I'm not sure the answer.
Not very recently.
Oh, I'm sure it was recently. I'm not sure if it's very recently.
Right. When do you next intend to, in fact, do you intend to visit Uxbridge before the next Mayor's question time?
I expect to visit lots of London. We don't obviously telegraph where I'm going on certain days for obvious reasons, but yeah, I tend to visit lots of parts of London most of the week.
Not asking for a day. I'm asking by the next Mayor's question time, do you intend to be in Uxbridge at all?
Oh, definitely but before the election, but also for the celebration party for Danny Bills, the next MP for Uxbridge and Ruislip.
And do you, so you will be there?
Diary permitting.
Yeah. Okay. Has any representatives from the London Borough of Hillingdon, well, Labour representatives from the London Borough of Hillingdon, or even aspiring representatives contacted you with regard to your ULEZ expansion?
Oh, I speak to Labour representatives all the time, including from Hillingdon, including Danny and his team, and including people across the country, in fact, in relation to sharing good ideas and best practice.
And amongst that good practice, was there communications with regard to good practices with regard to the scrappage scheme and timing of the ULEZ?
Yeah, so Danny Bill, like many colleagues, me included, and members of this Assembly, are unhappy with the government's lack of support for London. When I say, for example, the government's given support to every part of the country. They've given £9.4 million to Bath. Danny's unhappy about that. They've given £38 million to Birmingham, £30 million to Bradford, £42 million to Bristol, £6.6 million to Portsmouth, and this government's not giving a penny to London. So, of course, Danny Bills, members of this Assembly, myself are really unhappy. So we continue to lobby the government to give London some support for a scrappage scheme that's been missing so far, notwithstanding the lack of support from the government. Danny's pleased that we've managed to have a £110 million scrappage scheme in London, and we've widened the eligibility in London recently on June the 1st to enable those who receive child benefit, more than 575,000 people in outer London, those who employ almost 50 people in a business, but also charities to receive more support, as well as grace periods than those who are disabled because of TfL.
Has the gentleman you mentioned, Mr. Beale, has he urged you to delay this scheme?
Yes, so Danny Bills, the next MP for Uxbridge and Ruislip, a local champion, unlike the lying charlatan who was the MP before him, somebody who cares about the community, campaigning for a new hospital and will deliver, unlike the previous lying charlatan, has approached me about a number of issues, including the ultra-low emission zone. But listen, Danny's got a different view to me on this issue, and I respect him. He's a local champion.
Has he urged you to delay the scheme?
So you'll have read comments made by the brilliant local champion Danny Bills at Hustings this week. Danny's been listening to local residents, and I commend him for listening to local residents. We disagree on this issue. You won't be surprised to know there are 49 Labour MPs in London. There'll be 50 after Danny wins. Of the 49 Labour MPs in London, there's 3 or 4 who want me to delay the ULEZ expansion. By the way, a lot fewer people opposing me in the ULEZ expansion than oppose the government's policies from the Tory party on Brexit, on how they deal with inflation. And there are
Mr. Mayor, you're talking around the issue. I'm just asking, has he urged you to delay the scheme?
I've seen Danny's comments this week in the hustings in relation to...
You've seen his comments, but has he communicated with you to delay this scheme?
Yeah, so Danny Bills, the local candidate, has lobbied me to delay the ULEZ expansion. He's also lobbied me to work with him to get more support for the scrappage scheme in London. He's also lobbied me to give even more of his residents support, including the businesses, the charities, and the residents. And
Mr. Mayor, do you think
the point about Danny Bills is he's done far more work as the candidate in the last 2-3 weeks than the previous MP did in all the years he was the MP. I didn't hear a boo from a goose from the previous line charlatan. The previous mayor the previous Prime Minister, the previous MP never contacted me in relation to ULEZ,
Mr. Mayor,
in relation
do you
to
think,
the expansion, in relation to the police
with
station,
regard to
or any issues, whereas Danny Bills, just as the candidate, is doing this. Imagine if Danny Bills as the candidate is doing this, imagine what a brilliant MP he would be should the people of Uxbridge and Ruislip vote for him on July the 20th.
Mr. Mayor, do you think you're going to Uxbridge is going to benefit that gentleman or not?
Well, the great thing about one of the great things about Danny Bills,
you said you will possibly go before the next mayor's question time.
I think you'll find you're not chairing this part of the session. You've asked the question, I'll answer it.
Yep.
So I think you'll find that although on this issue of ULEZ expansion, the brilliant Danny Bills and I disagree, in relation to a whole host of issues, the government's incompetence with the NHS, with inflation, with interest rates, the government's incompetence when it comes to the mortgage tax bombshell, he and I agree completely. That's why the people of Uxbridge and Ruislip should vote for the Labour local champion, that is Danny Bills, another line charlatan. I think
basically you're summing this up.
Have had enough.
So you're summing this up, Mr. Mayor.
Look after residents. Okay. What they want is a Labour MP who'll stand up for them.
Mr. Mayor, the Conservative Group are out of time now. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Back to me, thank you. The next Assembly member.
Are you still the leader? Are you voting for Susan, Neil?
Member Cooper.
Are you voting for Susan, Neil? Neil, go on. Neil, you voting for Susan?
Some order. Thank you.
I know you are,
Assembly
Andrew.
member.
I don't know you're voting for Susan.
Assembly member.
Question
Cooper.
is your leader voting for Susan?
Mr. Mayor, Assembly member Cooper.
Thank you very much.
Are you voting for Susan?
Thank you.
Because Neil Garrett isn't. Neil Garrett isn't.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Actually, if I can.
I'd like Susan.
If I can actually bring us back to my question. Actually, Mr. Mayor, you will have seen, as we've all just been seeing in our phones, that the London Ambulance Service, the police and the fire brigade have all been updating us on a very serious incident that's just taken place in Camps Road in Merton, in my constituency, where a number of children have been casualties. I understand it's not terror-related. And I'm sure you would want to take an opportunity to send your thoughts and prayers to the parents of the children in those families who've just been affected by this.
I mean, Chair, could I say, and I want to thank the member for mentioning this, I've been receiving live updates from my team about what's happened there. I think it's really important for me not to comment further publicly for obvious reasons, but I think the point that Senator Cooper's making as the local member is all of us, I'm sure, will have in our thoughts and prayers, not just any family that may be bereaved, but families of those who are injured. And I can reassure the member that my team has been reaching out to all the various emergency services and the local community whilst I've been here to make sure they get all the support they need.
Yes, your team were kind enough to contact me, and I've also been in contact with the local police and also with the council leader. It's a very difficult situation. However, that's not my question that I wanted to ask. I actually wanted to ask about developments in relation to the River Thames and its use as transport, which is something that has been spoken about a lot. And I just wondered, I'm going to start with you, if I may, Commissioner. So, Andy, I just wondered, the Environment Agency has put in 9 electric charging points in the non-tidal parts of the Thames, and I just wondered, bearing in mind the Port of London Authority has got a net zero target themselves, is TfL planning to put in some electric vehicle charging points in the bits where we've got some responsibilities?
So thank you for the question. So I'm keen that we do more collaboration with the Port of London and other agencies who not only responsible for traffic on the Thames but also river crossings more generally. We don't have any specific plans at the moment for additional electric charging, but I've asked the team to look at what we might need to do. We need to work with the river operators to understand what their plans are around electric vessels. I understand Thames Clippers will be trialling their first electric vessel later this year, and they've reached out to our team. We're looking to see how we can support them. So it's clearly a key opportunity in terms of helping the net zero journey.
That's great news, because obviously increasing use of the river, if it continues to be increasing use with lots of diesel fumes, is something that a lot of people contact me and I'm sure other Assembly members about. Artemis Technologies have now produced electric boats that are going to come into operation next year on the Belfast-Bangor route, so 2024. They can carry up to 150 passengers. Is that the kind of thing that you think that Thames Clippers and possibly other operators might be looking at to bring into use on the Thames?
I don't have the details, but I know Thames Clippers are that I believe their first vessel is close to being completed, I think in the Isle of Wight. We obviously have the Woolwich Ferry, which is a hybrid vessel. It was the first vessel on the Thames for public transport that significantly reduced emissions. So I'm really keen to work with river operators to see what we can do to incentivise them to move away from fossil fuel powered vessels, learn from what other operators elsewhere in the UK and overseas are doing. And I'm pleased that Thames Clippers seem to be taking a lead on this. They're clearly one of the biggest operators, and we'll work with them to see what else can be done.
Yes, other manufacturers are available. The electric boat companies are another one doing smaller vessels. I wonder if I could raise the point, actually, where you talk about learning from abroad with the Mayor. There's a French company, Les Canalus, who have small hydrogen boats, which they're hoping to also introduce next year. Do you think hydrogen has a role to play on the Thames as well?
It definitely does. I think the challenge is the cost, the initial cost. So what we found with the buses was, which is comparable for this reason, is actually if you procure together, you can reduce the cost. So what we did with the hydrogen buses is London worked with other cities around the UK, Edinburgh, Birmingham, a few others, and rather than us just buying 20 by ourselves, we did 20 each, which 100 is a lot cheaper to purchase than 20. In relation to the project in France, my understanding is it's a very early stages, small boats, hydrogen, not quite the commuter boats that we're talking about. But I think one of the challenges with the Thames, and Seb Dance does a good job with the Commissioner's team in relation to working with Port of London, Environment Agency, DFT and others, is trying to get that coordination role, because frankly speaking, we could quite easily say, not us Gov, but actually that's not the responsible approach. And so we are trying to play that convenient role, including where it's possible to get subsidies for reducing the cost to do that as well.
And we would be prepared, obviously, to do that joint procurement across Europe, as was done with the buses. Thank you very much, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And now Assembly Member Desai, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Commissioner, my question is to you. Can you update the Assembly on what is being done to tackle crime on the transport network?
Yes, certainly. So, first thing, I'd like to say that actually the public transport network in London is a low crime environment, and we work very hard with our policing partners, particularly the British Transport Police on the rail network, but also the Met Police and City of London Police to ensure that we provide both visible but also appropriate actions behind the scenes to make sure that our public transport network is safe. We've also invested significantly in our own transport security enforcement officers who do a fantastic job across our public transport network, supporting our frontline colleagues. What we have seen, and of course we've been leaders in the campaign around reducing violence against women and girls. We've been very active in our bystander campaign as well. But we know we need to do more. We need to get reassurance, particularly for women and girls, to use the public transport network, and we'll continue to focus on that. I will also say the other priority is around reducing the acts of violence to our staff, which is seeing an increase. It's completely unacceptable, and in fact we've had one very, very significant serious attack on a member of staff in Harrow on the Hill, about 6 or 8 weeks ago, which left the individual with a fractured skull and a bleed on the brain. And such behaviour is completely unacceptable, and I'm really pleased that the British Transport Police, working with the Metropolitan Police, have arrested the assailant, and he's been charged with a very serious crime. I'm also pleased to say that James, the colleague, is also on the road to recovery.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is obviously very distressing to hear about the particular incident that you mentioned. Commissioner, so crime around bus stops and transport hubs is a major issue. The Met Police have conducted a number of operations this year in this particular area. An 800-strong petition was submitted by the Chedwell Heath Residents Association to extend by a short distance, the 86 bus route to Queen's Hospital from Romford, so they, in particular the elderly and the infirm, don't have to change and take 2 buses or take a train and bus. The petition was rejected by TfL without speaking to the residents, the local MP John Credis, and myself. There is a safety element to this petition in that the elderly and infirm in particular would feel much safer going straight from their local stop to the hospital and not change at a major transport hub, namely Romford. Will you please look into this issue? And at a more general level, how do TfL and the police ensure transport interchanges are safe so people are happy to use them?
So, firstly, on the specific issue, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it, but I will certainly take that away to have a look at it. As I said, we do an awful lot of work, both from an intelligence gathering perspective with the police. We do targeted operations where we believe there is the opportunity to both show greater visibility and deterrent, and we're also rolling out further body-worn video for our staff. We're also looking to upgrade our CCTV where we can across the network. So, as I said, our network is a low-crime environment. It is, I think, a safe environment, but we can't be complacent, and we need to continue to focus on reducing it any further.
Thank you. And very briefly, Commissioner, you talked about attacks on your staff. Not acceptable, deplorable. How does TfL support staff to feel safe and secure at work? I think you've got about a minute.
So we obviously we want to prevent it in the first place. As I mentioned, our transport security enforcement officers play an active role. They now can go across the entire tube network, which previously they weren't able to do. Body-worn video is a significant deterrent, and then obviously we need to encourage staff to report any incident, particularly verbal abuse, of which there is a huge amount. We know that that is a key issue that staff have largely just become accepting of. And the other element, of course, is fare evasion, and we're having a huge programme of work to reduce fare evasion, which is often the cause of workplace violence.
Thank you, Commissioner. Congratulations on the appointment, and I wish you well.
Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed next, please.
Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. Mr Mayor, have there been any long-term impacts on safety due to the government's short-term funding deals?
I think when the Commissioner was talking previously about new trains on the Piccadilly line, some of the refurb we're trying to do on the Central line with the trains, the new DLR trains, all those new trains have got better CCTV, better scopage, which improves safety. And so the lack of a long-term deal, the lack of security around capital means we can't invest in those things which are really important for the public safety. So we tend to think about safety as, police officers, British Transport Police officers, staff, they're important, but actually the design element is important as well when it comes to safety. So frankly speaking, yes, there is an impact on a lack of a long-term deal in TfL on safety. Yes, there is an impact in relation to safety of commuters, whether they're women, girls, or others, by the lack of a long-term deal. The Central Line refurbishment of the trains, by the way, is really exciting because unlike previously with problems with the power for the CCTV, problems with the old trains not having CCTV, the new trains will have CCTV, which leads to passengers feeling safer and being safer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Commissioner, you will be aware, of course, of the serious incident that took place at Clapham Common Station in May in my constituency of Lambeth and Southwark, where there was a tube train that was partially stuck in a tunnel and partially on the platform. passengers smelt smoke, were unable to get out of the train because they couldn't open the doors and had to break windows. And the issues were exacerbated by the narrow central platform. That is a well-documented safety issue. Commissioner, could you tell us, knowing that there is an ongoing investigation, could you tell us what immediate actions have been put in place to ensure that this panic does not happen again? And could you refer specifically to the issue of the narrow platforms?
Thank you for the question. And firstly, I obviously want to apologise for anybody caught up in that incident. It was obviously a distressing event and very worrying for them. It was quite a unique situation in terms of the train had just started to leave Clapham Common when people started to smell the burning on the train, and they activated the emergency alarms, which, because the train was partially in the station, results in the train coming to automatic stop. Our staff were on scene on the platform within 90 seconds, and we're starting to detrain the train from the rear as per our procedures. So I'm confident that our staff acted impeccably and followed all the procedures. The investigation, as you rightly say, is subject to a formal investigation by the Rail Accident Investigation Branch, so I can't comment any further on the specifics of that. The station was fully staffed at the time. Island platforms, as we know, which is what we call these station designs, do have a different risk assessment compared to other stations. We will review that as part of our own investigation, and of course we're also investigating the actual cause of the burning smell. We carried out a check of the incident train. We carried out a check of a number of other trains and didn't find any other issues related to the incident itself. We are reviewing our procedures in light of the fact that customers on the platform took it into their own hands to start smashing the windows, which in itself actually created a different safety risk that we need to understand. So we're reviewing all of that, and I'm confident that we will be able to brief you and others, as I think we've already done an initial briefing, as to what further actions we'll take out of our own investigation, but also obviously is the RAIB's investigation.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd now like to call Assembly Member McCartney.
Thank you. My question's for the Commissioner. I'm going to raise the issue of the Piccadilly line signalling upgrade. It's good to hear that you have better relations with government than previously. We do know that the new trains will increase capacity on the line by 23%, but obviously the signalling, if it were to give them the go-ahead, would increase capacity by 64%. So can I just ask you about the state of those negotiations, and are you hopeful that we will get that capital funding?
So as you rightly say, we do have a better relationship. Whether or not a better relationship is going to result in money, I'm yet to know, but I hope it will. The Piccadilly line upgrade is a really critical programme for us. It's new trains, it's new infrastructure. We have to put new depot or modify the depots at both Cockfosters and Northfields. We have to upgrade the power and the track. We've also already built and opened the new sidings at South Harrow, which has been a very challenging project but delivered extremely well. The signalling is how you maximise the full capability of these fantastic trains that will deliver such an improved customer experience. It is one of our critical asks of the government in our capital funding, and I really hope that they recognise the fact that if we get this signalling, it will really help us drive London's economy, and what's more, really deliver the full business benefit of these fantastic fleet of trains.
Thank you. And I do know from information I've gleaned from your webpage that actually the current upgrading you're doing at the moment is creating 25,000 jobs in the city alone. Do you have any idea about the scale of jobs that would be created if the signalling upgrade went ahead?
Well, we would have to run a full procurement process, but it would give us the capability to run up to 32 or even 36 trains an hour compared to the current plan of 27. If you look at how the Victoria line, which does run at 36 trains an hour, one every 80 seconds, the highest frequency rail service in the world. The benefit that that has delivered has been phenomenal. I don't have a number, but clearly the Piccadilly line is a huge, significant cross-London artery. It's a vital connection for Heathrow as well, connecting east and west. So I have no doubt that it will deliver significant economic benefits, and the signalling programme is such a critical part of that, which is why we need the funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. There being no other questions. Assembly Member Duval.
Is it, given the government is floundering on a number of issues, including transport, and have sort of lost control of the agenda for change in some ways, and therefore going back to the growth agenda, if we go back to a question that my colleague earlier answered about suburban rail and the expansion, isn't it about time we brought back on the original proposal that TfL coordinates London and the South East that enjoyed cross-party support and from officials, but was stopped because of an ideological reason from the Department of Transport by a minister, not by civil servants?
It's worth refreshing colleagues of the history of this, which is that a letter was discovered from the then Secretary of State, Chris Grayling, saying words to the effect, are we really going to give these lines to a Labour mayor? Which is astonishing and, frankly, demonstrates a lot about that man, but also how ideologies get in the way of what is good for commuters. The Commissioner has referred to the fact that the London Overground serves people outside London very successfully. The Elizabeth line serves people outside London very successfully, as the Bakerloo line and many other lines. And so the point we've made to the government is this was a cross-party agreement made before I was the mayor, when there was a different Secretary of State, and this 11th hour U-turn is letting those commuters down who would benefit from this being taken over on the franchise model by TfL. To be frank, the combination of the pandemic and a lack of a decent deal from the government has meant our bandwidth's been occupied on other issues. But I'll let the Commissioner respond to the point about, the potential if we were to take this over with the right support from the government, I think for the commuters is huge. And I make this point to those who say, well, why should, the Mayor of London be in charge of the commuter's journey outside London? I can tell you this, people in Reading don't complain about it, or Shenfield benefiting from the Elizabeth line. And we know, for example, colleagues in Watford are lobbying us to build a new TfL line to Watford. So I think basically it's a good example of dogma and ideology getting in the way of what's best for those commuters and our capital city.
I agree. I think TfL is world leading in what we do and how we do it. We have demonstrated the economic value to the city of London Overground and the Elizabeth line. It's a strong brand that offers a great service. We think there's more that can be done. We would need the funding to go with it, whether that's on the West London Orbital or whether it's a transition of services from current National Rail. But I would be delighted if we could reopen and restart that conversation with government, because I think we can demonstrate the benefits that can be delivered.
And just following on from that, then re-establishing the coalition of cross-party opinion formers across London and the South East, should we not establish a shadow rail board for London and the South East with those partners and giving them a voice about it as much as we have a voice about it? Because actually it makes sense for the users of the service. We know it will be a better service for everyone. We know that. And as for investment, it will actually make sense in managing investment in London and the South East over on the rail services, which will also benefit our colleagues in the North and other parts of the UK.
Certainly open to considering it, Len. I've not been involved in the history of it, but I think if there are significant stakeholder interest and we're clear what the terms of reference are and the objectives are, then I'm certainly open to considering that.
Thank you.
Thank you. There being no other questions, even the Lib Dems 3 seconds, you could ask something. I don't. You're going to leave it. Unfortunately, you can't add it on to the next one, but so sorry about that. We have now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner, for answering questions today. The Assembly has some further business to deal with, but please feel free to go. Thank you. Can I? Where have we got the? Where am I putting the break?
Just after petitions, Chair.
After petitions. Okay. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion set out on the agenda in my name, that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked?
Noted.
Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Can I ask Assembly Member Moema to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Agreed.
Do you wish to read out the prayer?
Yes. Thank you. So the prayer is, please enable the use of the London Aquatic Centre for regional swimming competitions. We, the undersigned, call on the Mayor and the London Legacy Development Corporation to use their powers to require the pool operator to review how discounts are applied for hire of the pool for swimming competitions and implement a scheme that allows London regional championships to take place at the London Aquatic Centre.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree to forward it to the Mayor of London and to the London Legacy Development Corporation to respond?
Agreed.
Thank you. Can I ask Assembly Member Berry to present the petition listed in her name? Before she does that, can I flag the typographical error on the agenda, which is that the contact person for this petition is Nikki Crookdale, and her email address is, it's too long to read out.
Thank you very much, Chair. I can do that now. The prayer of the petition is the Mortlake and East Sheen Society, the Mortlake Community Association and the Barnes Community Association respectfully petition the Mayor and Richmond Council to appoint an independent transport consultant to advise on the transport infrastructure enhancements and management measures required under the Mayor's Transport Strategy and Active Travel England to support the unprecedented level of development in the area, which is destined to accommodate at least an additional 3,000 homes and more than 6,000 people living and working in the area. We demand step 3 at East Putney Station to increase accessibility for all those willing to use it.
Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree to forward it to the Mayor to London for a response? Of London to us. Can I ask the Assembly Member Pigeon to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Yes, thank you very much. I have a petition from Councillor Matthew Bryant of around 100 residents, and it says, we, the undersigned residents of Streatham Hill, submit this petition to express our strong support for the retention of an exit-only junction from Tierney Road onto the A23. We firmly believe that preserving this junction is crucial to maintaining the accessibility and convenience of our community.
Thank you. Can I ask the Assembly to note the petition and agree to forward it to the Mayor of London for a response?
Assembly Member Moema's indicated.
Assembly Member Moema.
With that, I would like to speak afterwards, just to make a correction. The petition, when it was listed online, the contact details for my petition were incorrect, so just wanted to clarify that.
That was what I was referring to.
Okay,
yes,
perfect. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn for 1 hour and return at
1:33, Chair?
1:33 before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Are Assembly members in agreement with that?
Yes.
I know some of us aren't, but that's the majority.
Chair.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Go.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Welcome back, everyone. In accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly Party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes and the seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes. Any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. Where are we next? So the first motion on the agenda is a motion in the name of Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to remind everybody that on the 15th of June, the United Nations Secretary-General made a speech calling for immediate global action to avert catastrophe, climate catastrophe, and that's his words, not mine. This is yet another warning to the world that we need to take bold and drastic action to save our entire planet. Yet in response to the imminent danger, the Secretary-General has described the global response as pitiful. The Committee on Climate Change, our own local independent statutory body that assesses government progress on responding to the climate crisis, recently reported just this last week that the UK's progress has stalled, and according to the Chair, Lord Deben, previously a government minister who had responsibility for the environment, he said the UK has lost the leadership on climate issues. For example, on heat pump installation, which the government has said must be mandatory from 2030 onwards, we have massively fallen behind countries like Germany, where they are now fitting 140,000 heat pumps every month. The danger of not acting on the climate crisis is all too clear to see, and we have talked about this here many times before. We've seen dreadful floods in Pakistan, more recently in Bangladesh. We've seen flooding in our own country, whilst in Canada, recently, we've had these appalling apocalyptic wildfires which have sent smoke all down the eastern seaboard of the United States. In the UK, as well as flooding, last July we had the hottest temperatures ever on record, and we've just had the hottest June just last month for years and years and years. All of these reveal the imminent danger that we face. So the motion today sets out the need for urgent action on all fronts to try and avoid this disaster. It also makes clear that more needs to be done at all levels to avoid this disaster. The Mayor has made it one of his top priorities for London to reach net zero by 2030, and he has a range of policies and action in London and has been working with the C40 Cities Group. The government has also been taking positive steps, for example announcing the phasing out of gas boilers, and also, which will obviously accelerate the move towards heat pumps, also phasing out petrol and diesel vehicles also from 2030, and that will accelerate the move towards active travel, towards public transport and the use of electric and hydrogen vehicles. But there's still so much more that needs to be done. Central government must lead the way to ensure a joined-up approach to a just transition. The just transition to net zero is something that the Secretary-General of the UN mentioned in his speech. I believe the government can retake the initiative on the climate crisis with a clear roadmap. In addition, the Mayor should be bringing good examples from Vancouver, climate-positive action that they've taken in Sydney. If both the government and the Mayor build on the action that they've both taken, we can really begin to play our part in averting the climate crisis. I commend this motion to you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And to second is Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion, which has been eloquently proposed and moved by my colleague, Assembly Member Cooper. In his speech on the 15th of June, the Secretary-General of the UN said, "I'm very worried about the world, where the world stands on climate. Countries are far off track in meeting climate promises and commitments. I see a lack of ambition, a lack of trust, a lack of support, a lack of cooperation, and an abundance of problems around clarity and credibility." He then laid out the grounds for his concerns, but offered a solution. He says, the solution is clear. The world must phase out fossil fuels in a just and equitable way, moving to leave oil, coal and gas in the ground where they belong, and massively boosting renewable investment in a just transition. The World Bank report on thriving, making cities green, resilient and inclusive in a changing environment says the cities are the home to 50% of the world's population, and yet they contribute 70% of the global greenhouse emissions and are the heart of the climate change. By 2050, an estimated 70% of all people will live in cities. This means that today's investments in making cities resilient and inclusive will determine whether most people will be able to access basic services, find jobs, and live with dignity. Cities need the help of national governments to deliver on climate change challenges. Only 2 days ago, I was in the Congress of Europe where representatives from cities across Europe were presenting their projects and how cities were delivering on green renewable energy helped by the national governments. The scale and innovation required cannot be left to market forces.
If you could bring your comments to a close, sorry.
And need to be directed in the right direction. So this motion calls upon the Mayor and the government to work collectively together for the benefit of London and be an exemplar to the rest of the country. I move this motion. Sorry, I second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to thank Assemblymember Cooper both for bringing this motion, but all the work you do on environment and nature. We've heard the Mayor say several times that you chivvy him along in public, and I'm sure some of that goes on in private too, so thank you. I also want to amplify in this motion the work it does on the global south. We know that the people who have done the least to cause the climate crisis are most often the least resilient to it and also facing the biggest brunt of it. That happens both on a global scale, but it's right here in London too. And we want to commend the Mayor for his ambitious 2030 net zero target, want to commend the Mayor for the ULEZ expansion, and commend the Mayor for bringing climate budgeting to London. However, and there is a however, you need to make sure that your entire programme meets that target, and there are glaring gaps. One of the most obvious is he's driving ahead with the Silvertown road tunnel. Now, even Labour councils are aligning with our call to repurpose that road tunnel for walking, cycling and public transport. He's declared a retrofit revolution, but there is millions of pounds of government money that is being unspent. The only mayor who declares a revolution and then asks the government for more permission to do things. And then we have disastrous thousands of homes still being demolished during a housing crisis. So all of these things are things where the Mayor is talking the talk, in fact writing the book in this instance, and he has come a long way from the Mayor who his first decision to make was to expand an airport. However, this motion, to come back to it, is celebrating ambition, and the Green Group will always celebrate ambition on climate. We just need to make sure that that ambition is followed by actions. So we both obviously support the amendment because we're bringing it, and the motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Assembly Member Berry to second.
I shall formally do that, Chair.
Thank you. And now we have a second amendment in the name of Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I'd first like to thank the petition or motion movers today, because I think it's been brought in the right sort of vein and written in the right tone, making correct commendations where needed and also calling for action from all regions of government. So I would like to thank them, because we don't always get clear, concise and actually actionable actions from these motions. So actually it's nice to see something coherent. With that said, I think we did need to draw attention to some of the failings of what the Mayor has done, and we are concerned that we haven't highlighted properly where the Mayor hasn't gone further enough and where that 2030 target will not be achieved. So, for example, the retrofit revolution the Mayor's promised hasn't been successful, and Solar Together's recent phase has received thousands of complaints and actually irreversibly damaged many people's trust in solar energy. I also think that we need to highlight the pollution on the tube, and actually I think the Mayor's going to have to correct the record today on what he said, because PM 2.5 is on the tube network, and actually there is emerging research that due to the very small nature of this particulate getting into the bloodstream, it could have really, really dire effects. And it is welcome to call again on the government to set out their plans for how we are going to tackle climate change. But I think it's also important to note that there are 3 nations that are responsible for over 50% of the emissions in this world. And when you look at the UK, who's responsible for 1%, you have to be proud of what we've done. We have emissions falling faster than any G7 nation from fossil fuels and industry. We've committed to reducing emissions quicker than any other developed nation. And so I think it is right that we make that call again. But I do think the UK is doing its part, and we can always do more. And our record speaks for itself on climate change. And I hope that the amendment we have tabled will be taken in the vein that it was meant to be helpful and set out some of the areas where we think we can go further and some of the areas where we think that the Mayor could look regionally at what more he could be doing to help people. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on Assembly Member Devenish to second?
Second, and reserve my rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Nothing to sum up for then. Oh, well, I'll speak then. This is a quickie because it's from the chair, so I'm not going to bother. One of the things that disappoints me about this motion is the complete absence of mention of, in the climate crisis, of animal agriculture. Back in March, I asked the Mayor to sign the plant-based treaty, which aims to address those issues, the issues with animal agriculture, which contributes well over 16% of the greenhouse gases in the UK. I asked him to address the issue by signing up to the plant-based treaty. The plant-based treaty is not something that makes us all go vegan. It's not something that bans any particular meat. It doesn't do anything like that. But what it does do is sets a strategic aim to reduce the dependence that the country has on, or the world has, on animal agriculture, and reduces the amount of space, the damage to things like rainforests throughout the world, forestry throughout the world, in order to feed animals. And I'm very, very disappointed that neither have we mentioned it in the speeches, or the Mayor has paid no attention to it, and yet it is one of the most, if we were to address it, it would be one of the most significant contributors to removing the threat of climate change. That being said, I'm done. And any other, anybody else wish to speak? I saw a tentative hand go up there, but Assembly Member Cooper.
Yes, I'd like to reply, use my right to reply to all of the comments that have been made.
Can we go in the other order, if you don't mind?
Sure.
Because otherwise it all gets messy.
Do you want to do the amendments
So
first?
I'm going to do the amendments first. I will come back to you. So, Assembly Member Devenish, is there anything you need to say?
No, Chair.
Assembly Member Berry has reserved your right.
But I'm okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, to sum up.
No, thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Polanski.
Just very briefly, I won't give a long speech. I think I should point out why we're bringing an amendment rather than supporting the Conservative one. I think it's quite obvious, but we do support the London-wide ultra-expansion of ULEZ, and we think in celebrating the Mayor's commitments and in his ambition, then the expansion of ULEZ is clearly part of that. So just to be clear why we're putting our own amendment there. I think on the plant-based treaty, I should say I've written to the Mayor asking for an impact assessment on a plant-based treaty. The Mayor has refused that invitation, and I would like to see that work taken up in future. Thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you. I can see you've done them all in exactly the right order. I thought it was worth just explaining what we will be doing in terms of the two amendments. We're happy to accept the motion from the Green Party, as we feel it's in the spirit of the motion, which was being complimentary about work done to date, but also calling on both the Mayor and the Government, and indeed we could have said local authorities and everybody individually, to go further. And that was really the spirit that we felt that you encapsulated in your motion. Whilst we think there are some issues of worth mentioning in the Conservative motion, we found some of the the way they've been phrased rather negative, so we're not minded to accept the Conservative motion. However, what I will say is that next week we will be looking at solar together again at the Environment Committee, and we have also scheduled in a meeting in March of next year to look at the issue of sustainable agriculture, and it may be that Assembly Member Boff wants to either tune in or attend that meeting, because I'm sure the issue of issues that are raised that we're familiar with through the plant-based treaty may well get discussed in that meeting, although that isn't until March 2024. I would commend the motion amended by the Green Amendment to you, and I would ask you to vote against the Conservative amendment, although reluctantly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I will now take, here we go. So just which motion amendment will I take first?
So Chair, I understand the mover of the motion to be saying that she's accepted the first amendment, which means that becomes part of the substantive. So if we can take a vote on the amendment in the name of Assembly Member Best, and then we will take a vote on the substantive as both altered by the mover and as amended by the amendment, if that makes sense.
Thank you. So can we have all those in favour of Assembly Member Best's proposed amendment? All those in favour?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favour, Chair.
All those against the amendment?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 against, Chair. That falls.
We now have the substantive motion that's been accepted by the proposer. All those in favour of that motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That's no votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. We now move on to the motion in the name of Assembly Member Ahmad, and it's the ethnicity pay gap.
Thank you, Chair. I bring this motion today to highlight the issue of disparity in pay, terms and conditions for Black, Asian and minority ethnic Londoners. I think everybody in this chamber agrees that every Londoner deserves equal pay and to work free of discrimination. However, a recent survey by the GMB Union of members in London and the East of England has found that this is not the case. Evidence shows that Black, Asian and minority ethnic staff take home on average 37% less than their white colleagues and lose £3.2 billion a year in wages compared to white workers. With the cost of living crisis continuing to hit households hard and food inflation driving up the cost of essentials, the diminishing earnings of Black, Asian and minority ethnic workers will disproportionately push many further into poverty. Unlike as there is for the gender pay gap, there is currently no legal requirement for UK businesses to disclose their ethnicity pay data. The Mayor has led the way in reporting on gender, ethnicity and disability pay gaps before they were mandatory. The Mayor has also implemented action plans to close the gaps. We would like to see all employers across London take this action, from councils to the NHS, businesses to charities, because as we know, before you can tackle a problem, you need to know the scale of the issue that you are dealing with. That is why we're calling for the introduction of mandatory reporting of the ethnicity pay gap for employers with 250 or more staff members. The government knows that this makes good business sense. In 2018, the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy launched a consultation which it recognised, and I quote, that it is time to move to mandatory ethnicity pay reporting. In 2022, the Parliamentary Women and Equalities Committee, chaired by Caroline Noakes MP, recommended that the government should introduce mandatory ethnicity pay gap reporting by April 2023 for all organisations that currently report for gender. The committee also asks that this happens with a requirement for employers to publish a supportive narrative and action plan. We are now in July 2023, and sadly, mandatory ethnicity pay gap reporting has not yet been introduced by government. So I urge colleagues across the chamber to stand with this motion and call for action and to vote for this motion so that London can lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I call on Assembly Member Desai to second, please?
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, I'm proud to be seconding this motion today, and I would like to pay tribute to my GMB colleague Abdi Mohammed, Chair of GMB London Region Race Committee, who sat in the gallery. Abdi has been pushing this issue with colleagues amongst councils in London and talking directly to workers across the city about their experiences and taking evidence. My colleague has outlined the importance of tackling unequal pay and discrimination. But research shows that closing the ethnicity pay gap is not just the right thing to do morally, but makes business and economic sense. Ethnically and culturally diverse businesses are more profitable. And by addressing race inequality in the labour market, this could boost the UK economy by £24 billion a year. We understand the challenges that could give rise to changes to process, and that capturing and reporting ethnicity pay gap data is a more complex exercise than for gender, especially given disproportionate sample size of ethnicity across the UK. But solutions are available as long as employers are willing. And we have heard what the Mayor has been doing. The mandatory reporting of the gender pay gap since 2017 has shown that shining a light on these issues means that they are more likely to be addressed. Reporting on the ethnicity pay gap will do the same. But more than that, mandatory ethnicity pay gap reporting is vital in the fight against racism in our workplaces. So, colleagues, do please support this motion today and do your bit to end pay disparity in London. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. It's clear that this motion is about equality and fairness in the workplace. But I must say we should be mindful of how we talk about this subject, and using an outdated term such as BAME, which has not been used by the government for a while now, is something that we just have to be mindful of. We must also be clear which ethnic groups we're talking about, as the Ethnicity Pay Gap report in 2019 from the Office of National Statistics found that the hourly pay rate differs widely between different ethnic groups, with Pakistani and Bangladeshi groups at the higher end of disparity. Now, with all of this in mind, I think it's fair to say that we still have a long way to go to achieve equal representation in leadership roles. And one of the ways we can do this is by raising aspirations for all. Now, it just so happens that today I saw an interview. It was with a man of Pakistani origin, talking about the importance of having ethnic minorities in leadership roles and how being paid the same as others in similar roles makes a difference. The man in question reminisced about a moment as a young boy seeing a man in a suit rather than a uniform walk into the school as their new head teacher, and seeing a leader that looked like him raised his aspirations. That man in the suit was my father, Naz Bakari, the very first Muslim Asian head teacher in Britain. And the boy was Sadiq Khan, the very first Muslim mayor of London. So diversity in the workplace really does matter. Fairness in the workplace really does matter. And having someone like my dad in a visible leadership role really does matter. We'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you. I just want to say, first of all, that was a great speech, Assembly Member Bakari. Not many people can say their father has mentored a mayor, so that's very cool. I just want to commend Assembly Member Ahmed and Assembly Member Desai for bringing this motion together. Just for transparency, we debated amending it at one point because we wanted to include a point about London councils and then about the disability pay gap. But the feedback we received was this motion is doing something very specific, and I think that's fair enough. And you've also acknowledged that we do need to keep momentum on all of these issues. I think the other thing I just want to reflect on is the gig economy. So I used to be a property guardian where I was living with about 25 people all working in the gig economy, delivery drivers, Just Eat, etc. And I saw, particularly among ethnic minority communities and younger people, the absolute lack of regulation, the lack of dignity, respect, equality and financial independence. And this was pre-pandemic that this sector was really booming. And I think it's really important that none of us take our eye off the ball with this and make sure that everyone gets decent pay and also decent working conditions. residents. Finally, I've been working a lot with a union, the United Voices of the World. This is a union of about 145 people at the moment on strike who are low-paid black and brown migrant workers. They're striking in about 7 places across the capital: Amazon, Ogville, a care home in Barnet, a school in Clapham. There's some cleaners striking today in a Catholic school. Some of the stories they've told me about lacking ventilation in staff rooms, about arguing they're not being paid properly and being called to a meeting and being given cold pizza rather than an actual pay rise. These things are all going on across the capital, and we know this is disproportionately happening to people in ethnic minority communities. So I think it's vital that we all speak with one voice on this and absolutely support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema.
Thank you. And can I just echo, it was generally a lovely, heartwarming story that you told there, and it really goes to show what that you can't be what you can't see, really, and so really lovely. I just wanted to actually respond to something that you did raise in your speech about the term BAME and which groups that this would apply to. Like you, I hate the term BAME. It's used in the motion because that is the terminology that's used in this place and in the public sector, but it is absolutely clear that none of us who are not white are BAME. There is no such thing. We are our own ethnicities, and so my understanding of the ethnicity pay gap reporting is that it would take into account all of the categories that the Office of National Statistics uses, and where appropriate, I know that there have been amendments, for example, counting Kurdish people as an ethnicity in London. I'm doing some work with the Latin American community to make sure that we continue to capture that growing group of Londoners, and just to say that it would be really, really welcome. And I think the terminology, yes, it needs to be refined, but we kind of work within the constraints that we have. And finally, to add that this year is the year of the black worker for those people who are members of Unison. I know it's a recognised trade union here at City Hall, and I, again, will be working and have been working with that trade union. They have 145,000 black workers, and that also extends to those who are of other ethnicities, but that is the terminology that they have decided to use in their representation of people in the workplace. And I can only welcome the measures outlined in the motion to make sure that across all sectors, public and hopefully private, that we do have ethnicity pay gap reporting to close the gap.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Assembly Member Ahmad, to sum up, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, thank you, colleagues, Assembly Member Bakari, Assembly Member Polanski and Assembly Member Moema for your support for this motion. And Assembly Member Bakari, that was a lovely, heartwarming story. Thank you. And what it does show is how important it is to have role models. And, you know, I have lost count of the times where people, so my heritage, as many of you know, is from Bangladesh, where Bangladeshi young women have come to me and said, we love to see you in this role. We want to be the kind of thing that, and do the kind of thing that you're doing, and it is so important. Thank you for raising that. With regard to the terminology, as you know, I actually said black, Asian and minority ethnic. I know that within the GMB union there is a big discussion at the moment about the terminology, and that is being resolved and sorted through, and I suspect that if this motion had come a year later we would have had different terminology, so please be reassured with that. And you raised, Assembly Member Bakari, you raised the issue of the differences, and Assembly Member Moema as well, about the differences of different ethnic groups, and absolute statutory and mandatory reporting of ethnicity pay gaps will actually expose that even further and show exactly where the issues are. So that this is why this is so important. And again, you all talked about fairness. It is about fairness, and unfortunately it is not a fair situation at the moment, and it is when we know the scale of the problem we know what to do about it. I do hope that you all will support this motion. It is about making life better. It is about making life fairer. Thank you, Chair.
We all get problems with what we call ourselves. I mean, and I think it's a struggle on a whole range of things. I mean, LGBTQI plus and all the rest of it. You misuse one letter and everybody reckons you hate them. Can we now go on to the Vote, please. All those in favour of the motion?
Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please?
That's no votes against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next motion concerning the support for homeowners and private renters. Assembly Member Moema, please, to propose.
Thank you, Chair. With higher property prices than the rest of the country, resulting in higher average mortgage debt, London is particularly exposed to interest rate rises, with the average mortgage for a first-time buyer in London being over £350,000. And that's with a large spread of averages, obviously. And so this means that Londoners are facing large increases in repayments when they have to remortgage. We know that by the end of March 2024, the increase will be between £6,000 and £8,000 per household in increased mortgage repayments. At the end of 2021, the average UK mortgage rate was a record low of 1.57%. But since the catastrophic mini-budget and the government's continued mismanagement of the economy, this has now increased markedly, with the typical rate of a 2-year fix now standing at above 6%. There is a risk of the mortgage crisis spilling over into the private rented sector as well, as landlords pass the costs of high mortgage payments onto tenants by increasing rents, which we know are uncapped. Landlords are also withdrawing from the market as rising costs make it unviable for some to continue renting. We've heard yesterday that around 41% of the number of homes has dropped by about 41% as landlords sell up. This is further reducing the supply of homes available and therefore pushing up prices in the private rented sector. Renters in London are also facing a crisis of affordability with rents and have seen increases of more than 15% since 2022. So for the first time, the average asking rent is now above £2,500 for a 2-bedroom flat. The government's decision to keep local housing allowance rates at 2020 levels means that even more low-income Londoners are having to top up their housing benefits to cover rising rents. And this is all within the context of a broader cost of living crisis, which is being experienced most acutely by those on low and middle incomes. The result of this pressure on household budgets will be a reduction in spending in our local economies, further threatening London's recovery. The lack of response from government to this crisis of their own making is really disappointing for those caught up in this spiral. Where we need bold and decisive action to protect households, the government's only action has been to set up a voluntary charter, not mandatory, with the banks to provide short-term flexibility to help mortgage holders manage repayments. And it's worth saying that many of these measures already existed. They're just re-announcements of existing situations. So whilst any action is welcome, it's simply not at the scale required to deal with a crisis. And so I therefore urge the Assembly to support this motion and call on the government to step in and provide meaningful support to Londoners affected by the mortgage crisis.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
I formally second and reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. It was less than 20 years ago that my husband saved enough money for a deposit, got on the housing ladder, and then a few years later moved into our forever home. And this was not a dream. This was actually a reality for many young families in London. And sadly, this will not be the reality for young families now. Hard-working people who've saved and saved are now at risk of losing their home or just simply moving out of London. Now, this is causing a massive problem where primary schools are having to close here now in our city. And the blame lies squarely with the UK Conservative government. Under Liz Truss, the Conservatives played Russian roulette with our economy, and now ordinary people are paying the price. And of course, this doesn't only impact homeowners or those looking to get onto the property ladder. It also impacts renters across London, with buy-to-let landlords passing on increased mortgage repayment costs to tenants. Now, Conservative politicians try to blame the crisis on international factors. A simple look at our neighbours tell us that this is actually not the case. Annual UK mortgage payments are around £1,100 higher than in Belgium and Ireland, and £800 more than in Germany and in the Netherlands. And there's not just a human cost to this. The rise in mortgage rates is expected to cost the UK economy £15 billion a year. And what does the Prime Minister say? Don't panic. Hold your nerve. Now, if you're a teacher or a nurse sitting at home right now worrying about losing their home, this is not good enough. The Lib Dems do have a plan. We have an emergency mortgage protection fund, a fund that could be targeted towards homeowners, and it could be funded by cancelling the enormous tax cuts that the Conservatives have given big banks. Now, we're all fed up with the government's lack of action, lack of ideas, and quite simply, we need a general election right now. But in the meantime, we'll be voting in favour of this motion and calling on them to just do their job.
Assembly Member Sheikh, you wish to sum up? I'm so sorry. I apologise. Assembly Member Devenish, I didn't need to see an indication.
Thank you, Chair. All I wanted to say was at least the Liberal Democrats came up with a policy rather than just talk about this issue. Your Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, has ruled out any mortgage support. So in your final statement, I'd be delighted to know what are you actually proposing. Lots of words, no policy.
Thank you. Now, any others? Assembly Member Best.
I just really want to quickly reiterate that point, because that's exactly what I meant in the first thing. I really wish we'd stop getting motions put in front of us where the closing line says this Assembly calls for government to step in and provide support for homeowners and private renters impacted by increasing mortgage rates. Say what it is you want. You can't just say loose words and hope for the best. We need to know what we're voting for, and we need to have ideas as an Assembly. And if you don't have any ideas, don't bother coming with this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member... Sorry, I'm just checking there's no one here. Assembly Member Sheikh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And I would say the government of the day should be the ones coming up with the solutions, especially when they presided over the crisis, the housing crisis specifically, that has led to the situation that we are in. This Assembly has had its finger on the pulse in terms of bringing motions around the layers of the housing crisis and the way that it manifests. It's a dysfunctional setup. It's a bomb that keeps going off. And you know who keeps sparking the fuse? It's Conservative government. Consecutive Conservative government after consecutive Conservative government has presided over a housing crisis. This is just the latest manifestation. Overcrowding, insecurity, unaffordability are the hallmarks of London's housing crisis, with over 300,000 families on social housing waiting lists, 300,000 council homes being sold off under the right to buy, again, a Conservative policy. Since the end of the pandemic, we've seen a collapse in London's private rented sector, with prices rising by 20% since March 2020, and the number of available properties falling by 40%, again, due to inability and inaction from a government willing to intervene in the housing crisis. The disaster of the mini-budget and the government's failure to tackle inflation has created an impossible economic landscape for the Bank of England to operate. That is the context of this motion. If you are in government, you should have solutions, and if you don't have solutions, you should not be in government. So, quite frankly, if you're looking for them and your own party cannot provide it, then perhaps it's time we had a Labour government. According to the Resolution Foundation, mortgage costs are set to increase by £2,900 a year on average. With larger than average mortgages, Londoners face even steeper rises. And I've said it before in this chamber, when government's action on inaction on housing policy becomes clearer and clearer, it's clear to me that homelessness is a consequence of political choices by this government. Homelessness is the consequence of political inaction by this government. So that is why we are bringing this motion, to continue highlighting that this government is not fit for purpose. It has done nothing to intervene in the housing crisis, and this mortgage crisis is just a new layer of dysfunction in their housing crisis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema to sum up.
Thank you. The motion clearly outlines what we're calling for, and it's entirely your right to not support it. But a few things that I would suggest as policy decision. The underlying principle behind this is that, as we all know, wages have not kept up with the cost of living, and they haven't for a very, very long time. When I joined this Assembly, I have been unashamedly campaigning for regulation and changes to the private rented sector, and some of those changes are piecemeal. I know that there are others here. Assembly Member Berry has been here longer than I have and has been from within this and the previous chamber been campaigning for similar things. But some examples of what we think would make differences I mentioned in the motion, for example, the recoupling of local housing allowance and actual rents. There is now nowhere in London which is affordable at a local housing allowance level, and so people are being priced out of the capital, and those those people are vital to the life of our city. Other measures I think that would be welcome would be to see some changes to the way that private sector tenancies are operated, so that those people in those tenancies had some security. And then finally, I think having some economic competence at a national level has wrought havoc across the whole country, but it's been most acute here in London. So yes, I do want to see those changes, and I want to see changes that will make sure that people aren't spending 50% of their income on just keeping a roof over their head before they even get to the bills, the childcare, everything else that helps you get around London and live your life. So I would really commend this to the Assembly, and I would encourage everybody here to support this motion.
Thank you. Can I see all those in favour of the motion?
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I'm so sorry, Chair, I lost count. 1, 2, 3.
No,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. We'll now move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Sheikh about major infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really delighted to be bringing this motion on London's infrastructure as a follow-up to the really exciting conversations I think we had at last month's plenary on London's long-term infrastructure needs. We had an excellent panel, and I'll be making specific reference to John Armitt's comments because I found them particularly insightful. Now, as we reflect on the meeting in the Labour group, we actually, we thought that there were sort of three key strands that we've put into actions, I'm sure, my members across the House will be happy to see. And we've summarised these into longer-term funding for TfL, a lot of what we've heard from this morning, further devolution to London, including money-raising powers, and a commitment that levelling up the rest of the UK does not mean levelling down London. And I would hope that my colleagues across the Chamber would be in support of these three key strands in terms of how we develop our infrastructure in London. So I'll speak briefly to them. As you heard this morning, TfL, on the first point, needs additional £475 million from the government in the next financial year to support the delivery of to the committed contracts of rolling stock and signalling on the Piccadilly line and the DLR. And, of course, in the longer term, TfL needs funding for the DLR extension to Thamesmead and, of course, the Bakerloo line extension that hopefully will come to Lewisham, as well as Crossrail 2. Now, Londoners deserve a properly funded transport system, and then the case has been made powerfully by my colleague, Assemblymember Baker, who I'm delighted is seconding this motion. On the second point, in terms of what we're calling for, in terms of devolution, Sir John Armitt, Chair of the National Infrastructure Commission, told the plenary that he argued for more devolution of funding from central government to devolved authorities, as infrastructure projects are 10-year programmes that need consistency and certainty of financial support. Furthermore, he said London has a great ability, probably more than anyone, to raise money at a local level. And I think the point that I made to John as well was, local people understand local needs and regional government understand regional needs. So we really do support and encourage and call on the government to devolve further powers to London. Now, on the third and final point, Sir John Armitt also told us that he does not subscribe to the view that levelling up the economic performance of, say, Manchester or Birmingham, just to choose some random examples, means levelling down London. And I couldn't agree more with him on this point. We all know that when London prospers, the rest of the country prospers. So I hope the Assembly members will join me in calling for the government to do things differently. Funding London projects supports the rest of the UK and vice versa, and put their name behind this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Baker to second.
I'll formally second and reserve my rights, if needed.
Assembly Member Berry.
Thank you very much, Chair. This motion has sensible calls in it, and I realise it's for a particular purpose, so we haven't sought to amend it. But there are some points I want to make in relation to the second bullet point that talks about further devolution to London, including money-raising powers, because I feel it's important to point out that since 2016, my colleagues and I have continually been advocating for the development of a more balanced range of income sources for TfL, which are within the current Mayor's current powers. There's a very much outstanding need to utilise these powers better, which we have not ceased to point out. These include the urgent need to move to a fairer, smarter and privacy-friendly scheme for charging for road use and, as I pointed out in my questions earlier, a workplace parking levy. I'm very, very dismayed at the slow pace of any progress towards workplace parking levy schemes since they were promised in the Transport Strategy in 2018. As Assemblymember Sheikh pointed out, we have had an interesting discussion with Sir John Armitt of the National Infrastructure Commission in this room, and I feel it's important that I also point out that I was very disappointed to hear him say, in response to my questions on national road policy, that he would not commit to recommending no new major road infrastructure. In contrast, a day or so later, the Climate Change Committee's 2023 report to Parliament said that the government should launch a more strategic review into whether road building projects are consistent with its environmental goals. It remains to be seen whether this mayor or the current government or the next government will heed the advice of the Climate Change Committee or their advisor on infrastructure. But I hope it is the former, and I hope that the mayor listens and repurposes the Silvertown Road tunnel and changes his mind about major road building as well. So those are points I felt was important to make, but I think the bullet points and the calls in the motion are basically okay for us to vote for.
Thank you. Are there any other contributors? No. We'll go to Assemblymember Baker, who's reserved a right.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just be really...
I almost called you Bacon.
Sorry?
I almost called you Bacon, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah,
well, I'm just really pleased I've had my lunch, otherwise I'd have to pop out. I'll be brief. I'll be brief. Assemblymember Sheikh has ably outlined our desperate need for long-term investment in London's infrastructure. And I thank Assemblymember Berry's contribution. I do think that the measures that Assemblymember Berry outlines aren't really going to address the sort of upgrades and infrastructure projects that we're really talking about here, although I understand need to mention them. I often speak to those with acres of transport experience and knowledge, one of my favourite things about the job, frankly, and the total lack of ambition at a national level at the moment for our transport infrastructure, and with the resulting impact on good quality jobs and money going back into the economy, is just utterly frustrating. And ordinary Londoners are crying out for 21st century upgrades onto transport, and they're fed up with ageing and failing infrastructure. So let London get on with it, frankly. We have the ambition, give us the powers, and we'll deliver.
Assemblymember Sheikh, to sum up.
Thank you, and I don't think I could have concluded more aptly than Assemblymember Baker has just done. We have the ambition, give us the powers, and we will deliver. And I think the lack of ambition from national government in regards to long-term infrastructure is embarrassing, inadequate, and I think just in the continuum of their dysfunctional and, quite frankly, uninterested governance of this country. Thank you very much, Assemblymember Berry, for your comments. I think Assemblymember Baker dealt with them in substance, but we're really pleased to hear that the Greens will be supporting this motion, and I hope members across the chamber will be doing so as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against, Chair. That's carried.
Thank you. The next motion is in the name of Assemblymember Russell about the rights to protest.
Thank you, Chair. The oppressive, anti-democratic Public Order Act introduced by this government is authoritarian in substance, and its application by the Metropolitan Police Service is authoritarian in style. At the coronation, we saw a chilling, stifling of protest using this new draconian law, including arrests of people who had no intention of protesting at all. People arrested and put in custody, resulting in multiple apologies from the police. Republic campaigners were arrested for going equipped to lock on with yellow luggage straps purchased to attach their placards to a trolley to get them to Trafalgar Square. The Republic arrestees received an apology from the Met, but that doesn't make up for being denied their right to express their views about our country's constitutional arrangements. And Just Stop Oil campaigners described being hauled out of the crowd where they were standing on the pavement and handcuffed, then read their rights and then searched. Nothing was found apart from the fact that they were wearing Just Stop Oil t-shirts. They were arrested for wearing T-shirts. People helping others on a night out, a journalist and even an Australian coronation fan were subjected to the trauma of arrest and being processed through custody. Now, the Equality and Human Rights Commission said that the measures in the Public Order Bill go beyond what is reasonably necessary to police protest activities. It is therefore shocking that the Mayor, as a former human rights lawyer, will not take a stand against this authoritarian legislation. In fact, he said he supports the clause on interfering with national infrastructure, a clause that the charity Liberty has said is drawn extremely broadly and appears to contradict the right to disruptive protest, a right that the Supreme Court has reaffirmed. Now, these new, broader powers, as we saw at the coronation, allowed Londoners to be arrested and criminalised for peacefully expressing their views, and even to be arrested with no intention of joining a protest at all. This motion calls on the Chair of the Assembly and the Mayor to write to the Home Secretary in defence of Londoners' right to protest and to issue a clear call for the repeal of the Public Order Act 2023. We must not underestimate the threat posed by the Public Order Act to striking workers or Londoners protesting for racial and climate justice. I urge you all to stand up against these draconian measures by supporting this motion to defend the right to protest. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon to second, please.
Lovely. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be seconding this motion today. As a Liberal, defending our civil liberties is part of the very DNA of what I stand for, of what we stand for, and therefore it's not surprising I'm supporting and we're supporting this motion today. The Conservatives' Public Order Act is a draconian, authoritarian and illiberal piece of legislation that has severe consequences for our democracy and our right to protest. The right to protest has been and remains an essential part of any free society. And all too often we see examples of authoritarian states trampling over this right to crush dissent and freedom of speech across the world. Now, that may sound far-fetched here in the UK, but you've only got to look at recent events around the world. From Russia to the Chinese government clampdown in Hong Kong, we've seen authoritarian leaders stifle dissent with anti-protest legislation. However, these police states didn't just emerge overnight. They grew over many years, slowly eroding democratic institutions and rights. And already, as has been highlighted, we've seen at the coronation this year the impact this legislation could have. The law allows, in essence, for the punishment of preventative crime, that is, a crime that may or may not take place in the future. And the ability to protest is a right in a functioning democracy. Yet we've seen this UK government attempt to turn it into only a privilege in order to distract, quite frankly, from its own incompetence. You know, it impacts on everything, even down to if you wanted to protest about your local neighbourhood, whether a school closing or saving your local bus route. And as if the UK's government actions were not worrying enough, as has been highlighted, we've seen troubling signs from the Labour Party. The Mayor won't advocate revoking this. Neither Keir Starmer, Lisa Nandy, David Lammy. Goodness knows what Labour will stand for if they ever get into government. But the Liberal Democrats are clear. This piece of legislation is flawed, poses a direct risk to our democratic freedoms,
I'm afraid
and therefore
you
will be
must bring
voting
your
in favour
comments.
of this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, please.
Thank you very much. I for one, certainly would like to protect people's right to protest and always will do, but I actually find it very interesting what Assembly members, particularly in the Green Party and now the Liberal Democrats, choose to talk about when they talk about this bill. So I would be interested in them telling more about how they support people haranguing members of the LGBT community at Pride. I would be interested in them telling me how they support people disrupting practices at abortion clinics when women go in a very vulnerable state to have that practice done. I'd be interested to hear more about how they support Piers Corbyn and the anti-vaccine mob in disrupting democratic processes. And actually, though I have our disagreements with him, I'd be interested to see how they support the horrific abuse that our mayor has suffered when he goes to certain events. So tell us more about your support for that. Tell us more, because you are being very, very specific
about what causes you support, and that is not how policing works in this country.
Assembly Member Russell to sum up, please.
Assembly Member Best, we've voted for buffer zones around abortion clinics, and the right of free speech, the right to protest, yes, that does extend to people with whom you disagree, but it is a very important right in a free society. And I would like to thank Assembly Member Pidgeon for her very strong speech supporting the right to protest, and I hope that members on the other side of the chamber will decide to vote to support people's right to protest. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 against, Chair, so that is lost.
The next motion is from In the Name of Assembly Member Polanski about the Curzon Cinema.
Thank you. On Monday, I had the pleasure to visit the Curzon Mayfair, which is a Grade 2 listed building in Mayfair, and I met with the CEO, Philip Natchpole. The Curzon Mayfair is under threat because the landlord is refusing to renew its lease. 20,000 people have signed a petition, and I want to pay tribute to my friend, but also Labour councillor Patrick Lilly, who is a councillor in Westminster, who's been doing work on this. There's lots of arguments for why the cinema needs to be saved. I think the very obvious one is people's jobs, also the impact the cinema has on London's cultural sector, both in terms of this is a cinema that's had many premieres, so it's had that international footing, but also it's been a home of London cinema. I think more than anything as well, I've spoken about this in the chamber before, arts and culture and cinema, of course, is included in that. Going to see a film is a chance to escape. It's a chance to explore new worlds, new ideas. It's a chance to be part of a community with other people, to live, to learn, to laugh together, to be together. And I think it would be very sad to lose a cultural institution. So this motion is calling on the Mayor to write a letter to the landlord and also to the Secretary of State to essentially make sure that we're all joining in this campaign to save this cinema, because we need to save our cultural institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh to second.
Formally second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Any speakers on this? No summing up to do. Assembly Member Polanski.
Vote for the motion.
You want to
Thank
say?
you.
Well, Chair, sorry. Chair, I reserved my right to speak, so I assume that comes
I
back
beg
to
your
me.
pardon.
That's quite
Sorry,
right.
I didn't see you indicate.
Any opportunity. Thank you, Chair. Well, I thought about time we want to thank the Greens for bringing this, specifically Assemblymember Polanski. I think you've done fantastic work actually bringing this to the attention of the Assembly. We on the Labour side are really keen to protect our cultural heritage, specifically when it's manifested in institutions like the Curzon Museum, the Curzon Cinema. I think the pandemic has been a hammer blow to the cultural industries. Many people, especially in the cost of living crisis, have had that double compounded. And actually, when we had the visitors recently from the E&O wanting to retain their base in London, it was great to meet with them and hear them talk about how much they love the cultural, the strength that London, showcases around the world. So I think protecting the Curzon Museum is a really strong part of that. It's an iconic Grade 2 listed building, and actually we know that the Mayor has already taken steps to protect the cinema in 2017 as he used his agent of change principle to protect the cinema, and it's really great to hear about the work you've been doing with Labour councillors in Westminster City who've also designate this as an asset of community value. So I really hope the Mayor would indeed take heed to the action in this motion and join with the other 20,000 signatories in this petition and save Curzon Cinema, because I think, like you said, it's a really fantastic asset that we have here in London, and really hope that the work that you're doing, the Labour councillors and the other people who are rallying behind this petition bears positive fruit. You have our full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski to sum up, please.
Vote for this motion, and thank you, Sakina. Or Assembly Member Sheikh, sorry.
All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair. That's unanimous.
All
What
those.
we can do is all go some pictures together.
So no votes against. Right. Next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Pigeon. It's about support to the scrappage scheme.
Thank you. Air pollution is a killer. That's a fact. And air pollution in London remains too high. It's impacting the health of all Londoners and is having a particularly serious impact on our children. And I think all of us in this room recognise this and the importance of ensuring all Londoners have the right to breathe in clean air. However, in implementing changes to clean up our air, we also need to ensure the public are fully supported to make and adapt to these changes. And that is where we run into problems when it comes to the approach of the rollout of ULEZ expansion to Outer London. In Outer London, we have an area that is already poorly served by public transport. Some families may depend on their vehicles currently for their livelihoods, primarily, but not because they have an innate love of driving, but because they haven't been given a viable alternative that allows them to consider another option. And rather than resolve this, the Mayor has cut bus routes by 12 million miles since 2016. And we see reductions currently in Outer London, such as the 213 between Sutton and Kingston that I have raised many times in this chamber. So given this lack of public transport, getting the scrappage scheme right for people who don't have ULEZ compliant vehicles becomes more important. And my inbox, like many of us in this chamber, is full of concerns from constituents outlining how the scheme just isn't working. And while I'm happy to see that the Mayor has taken on board some suggestions, slightly widening the scheme to families receiving benefits and increasing the size for small employers, he hasn't gone far enough. The casework we have received and those examples raised only last month at Mayor's Question Time tells us that the money available simply isn't enough for many people to be able to replace their cars with ULEZ compliant models or other vehicles. And this is particularly the case as ULEZ compliant vehicles have risen in cost since the expansion was announced. And this has resulted in quite a low take-up of the scrappage scheme. And when we submitted this motion, only 6,892 applications have been granted so far, less than 1% of non-ULEZ compliant vehicles in Outer London. And given this low take-up, we think it's clear a new approach is needed, and that's why we have brought this motion to the Assembly today. The maximum payouts need to be raised to allow more people to swap their vehicles, and the scope of the scheme needs to be opened up to all Londoners, not just those on benefits. And we need that longer lead-in time to allow these changes to be implemented. The Transport Services Funding Reserves and Environmental Improvement Reserves we proposed when we put a budget amendment forward are still unallocated. This is something the Mayor can afford to do here in our motion today. So clean air comes from people cleaning up their vehicles and having viable alternatives. And we hope everyone will support our motion today to help everyone clean up their vehicles and clean up the air in London today.
Thank you. Can I hear from the seconder, Assembly Member Bakari?
Thank you, Chair. As is the case with most Liberal Democrat policies and ideas, this motion is common sense, fair and financially sound, and our proposal is also very popular. In fact, Labour backs the Liberal Democrat plans for ULEZ. Today, Keir Starmer openly supported the Lib Dem ULEZ position, as has the Labour candidate in Uxbridge, who said that he could not support ULEZ until the Mayor and the government go much further with support for families and City Hall's 110 million scrappage scheme. He said, we need to properly introduce a scrappage scheme. Now he says he's written to the Mayor, and he said that community first, party second. Now I agree. Clean air is not a party political issue. So we don't mind the Labour Mayor taking another Lib Dem policy. He's taken free school meals. He might as well take this one. But I am sorry to say this, members. We know that the Mayor has pretty made a mess of ULEZ, and I'm disappointed that ULEZ has become so toxic when it should have been the opposite. So let's fix the mess. and make it work. The criteria for claims are still too narrow. The Mayor needs to open it up to everyone. The maximum claims are too low. That's why so few people are applying. And it's no use extending the criteria for claims when the money available is inadequate. Now, the reserves are still there. The Mayor does not need to spend it on vanity election projects. He can use it to clean the air. And we don't need to review or wait for evidence. We've had support in the past from the Greens on this motion. So let's all breathe, take a moment, make the right decision for London, and remember, community first, party second. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. There now is an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take a moment to talk about this amendment because I don't know whether our policy or our position on ULEZ has been very clear. So just to I go over it again. Look, we've amended this motion to say that ULEZ should not go forward at the 29th of August 2023.
As does your Uxbridge campaign.
The ULEZ will have a negligible impact on air quality, but it will have a huge impact on Londoners, from shift workers in key roles across the capital trying to get home in outer London at night, to those who are on low incomes or disabled. The Jacobs report has found those are the very people that will be impacted by this scheme. It will put people out of businesses, and regardless of whether you believe this is the right policy or not, all evidence put forward in front of us shows that this policy is not ready to go on August the 29th and that it needs more time. I also wanted to say that charities are going to be really affected by this, so I was really surprised that a motion has been tabled to just cut charities out of the debate. My local food bank relies on volunteers, and unfortunately every volunteer they rely on has not got a ULEZ compliant van. They are not eligible for the scrappage scheme, and they are not sure how they are going to continue if this scheme comes forward next month. So I think it's really important that we acknowledge the impact this is having on charities, and I think that was actually quite cynical to take that out. I'm not sure why. Perhaps somebody from Labour or Greens can explain that decision. I think I want to come back to the current topics we've been talking about this morning, and I don't want to worry the clerk, but if anybody really believes that we shouldn't be planning better, we shouldn't be taking stock of what's happening, we shouldn't be slowing down and looking at whether this policy is going to be ready on August 29th. I'm afraid they aren't looking at the evidence right before their face. The evidence submitted by the judge yesterday when he said how long it may take him to make a decision on this case. So I would urge you all to look sensibly at the evidence before you and support the amendment that we cannot go forward with ULEZ expansion on the 29th of August. Statement from the judge.
Yeah, I think we are out of time on that. Assembly Member Rogers, please, to second.
Happy to second. Nothing to add to Assembly Member Best's fantastic speech.
Assembly Member Baker, for a second amendment, to propose a second amendment, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. We also have an amendment, and we'd like to thank the Lib Dems on the Assembly for their continuing commitment to tackling air pollution and the ongoing focus on scrappage, ensuring that those least likely to afford it can access support to scrap the most polluting cars. That's crucial to the success of the scheme. Less so your National Party, but again, let's not talk about that. However, we do think we need to be much more accurate and targeted about any potential scrappage extension, and that the suggestion in the motion needs to be refocused. Getting a bit of a mixed signal in terms of whether we need to wait for evidence, according to Assembly Member Best, or whether we shouldn't take any notice of, we don't need to wait for evidence in terms of AM Bakari's. But I do think we need evidence, actually, and I don't think that the evidence supports this proposal as it's written, this motion as it's written. We need to listen to the minority of Londoners who still may face hardship as a result of the expansion, who do exist, absolutely. We should in fact be laser focused on those people. We shouldn't actually be saying, I'm sorry, I disagree, that all Londoners should have access to a scrappage scheme. We do not have the money to replace cars for people who may be able to afford to replace their cars. We need to focus on those people who need it most. So we do not agree that we should be raiding our reserves simply for effectively unevidenced doubling of the scrappage scheme. The Mayor has recently expanded the eligibility to address some of those concerns already around small businesses and those with caring responsibilities. I don't think it excludes charities. We certainly do not intend to exclude charities. And we welcome the Mayor's commitment to keep the scheme under review. So in detail, you know, you've given some figures. Those figures have already gone up. I appreciate you've only written a snapshot in time, but we've got now nearly 9,000 applications in for the scrappage scheme. And my understanding is that take-up does speed up towards implementation date. So there is some indication that money will continue to be spent, but we believe the doubling amount is completely arbitrary. It sounds great, but let's demonstrate it. Tell us who those people are that you want to focus on, and especially as that motion, as I said, calls to raid the reserves. Let's keep the limit under review, as you've mentioned, inflation, and if the evidence shows it, let's put that up. But I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it, and I haven't heard it in this chamber. I hear it sometimes out there when I speak to people, but, you know, let's target it on those people who really, really need it. If we want to widen access, absolutely, but who do we want to widen it to? Who needs it most? I've spoken to many times about those people who need to drive for work. If we need to target those people, how do we do it? It's not opening it up to all of London, I'm afraid. So, you know, that's why we want to amend the motion. Let's really think carefully about it. I'll never go over time, do I? I hope you can support the amendment.
Obviously you do.
Apologies, so much to talk about.
So, Assembly Member Berry to second.
And I'll do that now if that's okay, Chair. Okay, I want to thank the Labour Group for working with us very constructively in putting together an amendment that I think is right and represents changes in position by Labour compared with when we did vote for the expansion of the scrappage scheme in February. I mean, they didn't vote then for doubling the pot of money. Now they have. They've attached some conditions, but I think that's a genuine shift on their part. I think it's very important that this motion contains the phrase without delay, because there should not be any delay in implementing this absolutely essential public health measure. If we have to add more mitigations, then we should, but we must get those out there and not delay the scheme. So I want to say to the Lib Dems, what is going on here? I've been really trying to find a phrase to describe what I think you're doing today that isn't the phrase two-faced, because you've drafted this motion that reiterates what we already voted for as an Assembly in the budget process, and at the same time your party colleague Munira Wilson MP has tabled an early day motion in Parliament to delay the expansion of the ULEZ, which I believe both members in this chamber have put statements out in public supporting. So this motion, if it's not to provide a second face to show to the electorate about what you're doing about ULEZ, I don't know what it's for, because it doesn't add anything new. So adding the phrase without delay, I think, is incredibly important, and that's in this amendment, and I hope all of the parties here will vote for that.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince, please.
Thank you, Chair. Assemblymember Baker was saying, well, who else do we need to widen this to? And I'm shocked to see that charities have been removed in this amendment, because actually during the break today, I was phoned by one of my charities. It's a homeless charity that I do a lot of work with, and they are going to be crucified by this, because they have a van, their other van blew up. They've got one van now. It isn't compliant, but we've managed to get them this van. It's not compliant. It's going to cost them £6,000 to have it retrofitted. They haven't got the money, and that is the van they use to service their shops, and those shops are the money that help keep homeless people off the streets of Havering. I think it's an absolute disgrace, and this is the real impact that this ill thought out ULEZ is going to have. Yes, of course we all need and want clean air, but I really don't think that anybody has been listening to who's going to be affected. There will be more homeless people on the streets of Havering as a direct result of this draconian measure. I hope you'll be all very proud of yourself.
I must admit, I didn't hear a naming, but did you want to? Well,
yeah. I just want to say I explicitly said in my speech that it was not meant to exclude charities. I apologize. I understand. No, I understand what you're saying, but I've explicitly said that it does not mean to speak. I appreciate you wanted to come in on that, but I just want to draw attention to you. Are you intending to put in an additional amendment? Are you asking me?
They are what they are. The words are what they are.
I believe it is covered in other phrases.
Assemblymember Garrett, you wanted to come in.
Since I haven't spoken yet, that gives me the opportunity to speak without pretending that I've been named. So I think the point at issue is that in the second paragraph of the amendment that is being proposed by Assemblymember Baker and seconded by Assemblymember Berry, now it might well be that it's simply been lost in the crossfire of an extremely extensive amendment. There's more red than black left in this amendment. There's more of the amendment than the original motion. So it may well have been inadvertent, but the point is, regardless of what anyone may have said or thought or believed or hoped, in the fourth line of the second paragraph, the words "and charities" have got a line through them. So I don't know whether that's a typo in my copy, that all of us in this group have a copy that has the word charities struck through. I think that's the point that Assemblymember Best is referring to. That's the point that Assemblymember Prince is referring to. That's the evidence that I'm going on. So if that was not intended, it may be possible that the proposer of the motion could have an alteration, I think, if that's not deliberate, or it might be that somehow the paperwork's got crossed in the post. But I think that's what we're referring to, is that word charities, which has a line through it. Thank you, Chair.
Can I? The Assembly has to vote, has to know what it's voting for. Have those words been removed? Assemblymember Berry.
Chair, apologies. If I could offer a clarification, I think you make a good point about the preamble, but in the actions, the fourth bullet point that says widen access, ensuring that the scheme continues to be targeted at those that need it most, does not preclude any help going to charities, and I think is intended to include them. So, in terms of the actions, we're not doing that at all.
Right. I'm going to roll back on this now. Nick, did you speak? No need for you to speak. Assemblymember, I'm rolling back. Assemblymember Bakari did speak. Assemblymember Baker did speak. Assemblymember Best. No, I beg your pardon. Assemblymember Baker to sum up, if you wish.
No, I think I already sneakily did that, didn't I?
Assemblymember Best to sum up your...
Thank you. And not to labour the point, but I am going to labour the point. And I'm going to mention you both by names plenty of times, so you have plenty of opportunities to stand up. So, Assemblymember Baker, you have literally put across through "and charities," and it's up to you. You could remove that, and I think you should. Assemblymember Berry, you have agreed to sign up to remove charities from this text without any explanation as to why. It's just the original text, and I'll read it out, said amenity, that there will cause hardship for a wide range of people and businesses and charities. And without any explanation, you have chosen to delete charities. So I really would like you both to take that opportunity to reflect on why you've done that and to put that back in the text. There's literally no reason why you did that. So and you haven't given any explanation as to why. So.
No, can we? Not while the Assembly member's speaking. Sorry.
So. I'm trying to get to the bottom of why the Labour group and the Green group decided that they would remove charities from here, and there's not been any firm explanation. And so I would. What more can you say? No, she didn't. She said, I don't know why that's been taken out of the narrative. So what I'm asking is if you would both like to take the opportunity to put it back in. Because there's no point in removing charities from this discussion. And the fact that you've done that is very cynical, and you are yet to give a reason as to why you did that. So I'd love you to take that opportunity to rescind on that, because as it stands, it looks like you care more about businesses than charities, and I would have thought that was a very odd position for your groups to take.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk about the amendment. The Conservative amendment, which basically says not to proceed in August 2023. We have been very consistent. We have said that we want a longer lead-in time. Others may use the word delay. which again is a stronger wording than that, but basically means we need a bit more time to help people to make the changes needed. We have been consistent. I have said that pretty much in every speech I have made on the topic of ULEZ, and so we will be supporting that amendment today. The Labour Green amendment is really just watering down our motion. It's putting lots of conditions down. I'd expect it from Labour, of course I would, because it's your mayor and you're in a difficult position. Yeah, I know behind in private, when I talk to many of you, you're getting the same sort of casework we're getting. You've got the concerns. But I understand what you have to do. But the Greens on this, it's astonishing, because you supported our amendment twice earlier in the year on this. You agreed with us. So why are you changing your mind now? I'm not going to get into the whole two-faced, because I'm not going to trade insults with colleagues. There are many things I could say, but I won't, because I'm not going to lower myself to that. But actually, a longer lead-in time will make this policy work, and we need to bring Londoners with us if we want to clean up the air in London. The last ULEZ extension, people had 2 to 3 years. I'm not saying that, you could do shorter like that. If you recall, when the last ULEZ extension came in, a number of us, including your group and ours, said, why don't you do the whole of London at once? Why don't you look at that? And that would have given everyone several years. Instead, you've got this cost of living crisis, and you've got this happening all at once. Within 8 months, people are expected to change their vehicle. So all we're saying is we would like a longer lead-in time. We think you need more money for this. Yeah. And you supported us back earlier in the year. We would hope you would support us today. Businesses don't qualify. Residents don't all qualify. That's just wrong, and that's why we have put our motion down today. We'll be supporting the Conservative amendment to this. We won't be supporting the Labour Green amendment, and we will then make a decision on what to do on the final. But this is about helping Londoners to make this policy work, and we all agree with that deep down in this chamber.
Right. We now need to vote on the...
Chair, can I just ask for a moment to convene with my proposer on the amendment?
Like a 1 minute or 2 minute adjournment, Chair.
2 minute adjournment, Corporal.
Thank you.
Yeah. Come on. 5 minutes.
So 3:01.
3:01. Thank you. Assembly Member Baker, would you like to make a statement about the wording of your amendment?
I think what I'd like to do is propose an alteration to our amendment. I have to say I'm very, very disappointed that our word is not good enough to the Conservative Party, because I do mean what I say. I do mean what I say when I say it, and it doesn't change from meeting to meeting, unlike some other people around this table. But we would like to add and charities after, and businesses. So it now says people and businesses and charities. So as long as you can cope with the bad grammar, then hopefully that means hopefully that means the Conservative group will see their way to accept this wonderful amendment. Thank you.
Standing up for charity.
Okay, so we've now got to the point of, here we go. We've rolled them all in and we're rolling them all out again. So the proposal, we'll vote on the amendment by Assembly Member Best first. All those in favour of the Assembly Member Best's amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favour, Chair.
Thank you. And all those against the amendment, please indicate.
No. All those against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 against, Chair.
Thank you. That amendment falls. Then now we've got the second amendment in the name of Assembly Member Baker. All those in favour, please.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the amendment, please indicate.
That is... I'm less against it than I was. 1, 2.
Yeah, I only put my hand halfway.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 against, Chair.
Right, we now have the amended motion in front of the Assembly. All those in favour of the amended motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 in favour, Chair.
And all those against the amendment, please indicate. Oh, a motion. Apologies.
That is 6 against, Chair.
Thank you. That's fine. We now have a motion, an urgent motion. Sorry, I've got to read through some stuff for this.
Give me 1 minute, please, Chair.
Oh, that's the text. Great. Thank you so much. In accordance with Section 100B4 of the Local Government Act 1972, I have accepted a motion tabled before members as an item of urgent business on the grounds for urgency set out on the table papers, and noting that the matter arose after the standing orders deadline for motions had passed. Under Standing Order 3.12, the proposer of the motion may now make an oral statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly should agree to consider it. The Assembly shall then decide by taking a vote without debate whether to consider it. If the Assembly agrees, the mover will then have the chance to make a further speech in the usual way, and we will hear from the seconder, and we will then debate the motion. Assembly Member Best. 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I believe that the motion is urgent, and I see that there has been a tabled amendment, which I would think means the other side of this chamber also believes it's urgent, so I won't take up any more time.
Thank you. All those in favour of considering this urgent item, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4, Chair.
All those against?
Is that any votes against?
No. That looks like no votes against. Therefore, we will proceed. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you very much, Chair. In submitting this urgent motion, I've attempted to remove party politics from what is a big party issue at the moment, but actually this is a really important motion for the Assembly to consider. And I hope that we can agree this in a cross-party way. And having seen the Labour amendment and seeing that they haven't chosen to alter any of the calls to action, I also can see that you agree that those are sensible calls to action, which I'm pleased with. After the announcement in 2017 of a number of police stations that were due for closure, I don't intend to argue about why and how, but a number of stations that were due for closure, there has been an ongoing conversation about what that means, when that will happen, and how those changes will be taken within neighbourhood policing and what that means for local people.
We've waited for the estate strategy for a long time. It's been really delayed, and a lot of people are also wondering what is going to happen about that. And I think everybody in this chamber can accept that whatever your feelings about this, it doesn't look as though the exemplary process we would hope for has been followed, and there's a lot of questions still to be asked. So all this motion does is try to answer those questions that our residents want answered. And I hope that really isn't too much of a bone of contention, because there's other police stations, such as people in Barnet, that are now looking and thinking, well, what about my police station? What does this mean about the estates going forward? And there's those in constituencies where the police stations are due to, which haven't been earmarked for closure, thinking, well, hang on, if we're opening this one, what does that mean for my police station? Is that now on the chopping board? These are questions that only the Mayor can answer. This is questions that only the Metropolitan Police Estate Strategy can answer, and we need to see that now. We also know that in taking this action on Uxbridge Police Station, this is only a letter. It's not a mayoral decision, so people within Uxbridge will want that clarity from a mayoral decision, and we need to know when that will happen too. So I hope everybody can support this motion under the genuine way in which it's been submitted, and I hope that we can have a cross-party consensus around this. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devenish to second.
Well, Emma's far more charitable than me. This is probably one of the most cynical things that the Mayor has done in his 7 years, and that's from a long list. I think at every PCC, or certainly every second one, we've asked the question, where is the Met Police's estate strategy? And we're told it's got to be revisited and looked at, and it's so serious, and we can't just make quick decisions. And I was walking past Uxbridge Tube Station last week for some obvious reason, and I turned right and walked past Uxbridge Police Station, and I said to one of my MPs, I want Notting Hill Tube Station, Notting Hill Police Station saved, and obviously it'd be nice if Uxbridge would be saved as well. Little did I know that one of the two would be granted within days. The cynicism, it really is unbelievable. Mr. Khan has superseded his reputation this time, and all I ask is that we actually now get a proper decision for all our police stations.
Thank you. We now have an amendment in the name of Assembly Member Dr. Sahota.
Thank you, Chair. Let me say from the outset that we are very keen to have genuine scrutiny, and the purpose of this amendment is to put the matter in context. And that's very important. And I can understand that the reasons there should be scrutiny, and we need to have a proper process for that. But when the Mayor made this announcement in 2017, the Uxbridge Police Station would have to close because of the funding constraints on the Metropolitan Police and the austerity policy adopted by this government. This is part of the austerity mode ride, which led to the policing funding being reduced and the police stations closures leading to it. The MPS wasn't immune to those cuts and basically had cut off about £1 billion spending in the years 2010 to 2020. This meant difficult decisions had to be made in order to ensure that the MPS frontline officers were as protected as they could be. And thankfully, now that the funding context has improved, that there's been a nominal increase in the police grant funding from the Home Office, and a record level of mayoral spending, and more than any other mayor of London so far, and then around £1.8 billion since coming to office, using his business rates and council funds to fund extra 1,300 police officers. But despite this, the MPs remains underfunded and understaffed, and receiving only funding for 4,500 police officers from the Uplift programme. And so this is not only a question of funding, but it's also priorities for us. And as Sir Mark Rowley has said many times before the Police and Crime Committee, even if he had 10 times the resources he had now, he would still have to be selective about how they were deployed. Thankfully, we have a Commissioner and a Mayor who recognise the importance of neighbourhood policing and of ensuring that visible police presence in our communities. So I understand that other Londoners in other parts of London, I understand that Londoners in other parts of London are also looking for clarification on the situation regarding the police in their borough wards. and that is why we have not amended the part of the motion that I seek clarity from the MPs regarding the status strategy, which has been delayed for some time. So we are happy for scrutiny to take place, but we just want to put this context, and that's why I have moved this amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai to second, please.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the sentiments of Assembly Member Sahota, both in the frustration at the time it continues to take for the release of the Met's estate strategy, but more importantly, in expressing my wholehearted agreement in the importance of neighbourhood police, of restoring neighbourhood policing. How many times ask the Commissioner and the Mayor what neighbourhood policing means to them, and simply put, it is the bedrock on which other policing is built. It is how the majority of Londoners will interact with the police, and perceptions and impressions built with their neighbourhood team, which will go a long way to building the relationships with communities we so vitally need to improve. In order to restore trust and confidence in the police in London, we need to ensure that we fulfil the Commission's ambition of having the strongest ever neighbourhood police force. The state strategy has a crucial role to play in this. Policing needs to be done with communities rather than to communities. I suppose the Commissioner's aim that the local police team ought to be able to walk to their patch. We need infrastructure to support this, and that is why we fully support the announcement today. We heard from Dr. Sahota about the context in which tough decisions have to be made, and whilst he is right that the context has changed, he is also right that the Met remains underfunded. Tough decisions are still having to be made about what training equipment to invest in, about who gets abstracted from where, and what capital projects to invest in. And that is why it's so important that we have a Mayor and Commissioner who value neighbourhood policing, who made it a priority, who want to see it thrive. It is in this spirit I support this amendment and call on the Assembly to do the same. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I'll be supporting the Conservative urgent motion. I just wanted to try and get a handle on the criteria for the police estate strategy. Is it that a Labour candidate writes to the Mayor in a by-election and tells the Mayor to stop the ULEZ, and also, can you save our police station? Because if that is the criteria, we've got a by-election, although it's only a ward by-election in Upminster, which is Hornchurch and Upminster, and our Hornchurch police station is under threat. So do you think I should get the Labour candidate in Hornchurch and Upminster to write to the Mayor against the ULEZ, which he probably will have to be in order if he wants to get elected, and also if he could save the police station? Is that the new criteria for saving police stations? I just wondered what it was, and I think it is appalling that this decision has been taken at this time.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much. Whilst the news that Uxbridge Police Station is to be saved is the right decision and will be welcomed by many residents, there are many other Londoners wondering what about the future of their local police station. And both this Mayor, Sadiq Khan, and the previous Mayor have a record of closing down police stations whilst a Mayor of London. And we have been waiting for years and years for the publication of the long-anticipated estate strategy. And I think the idea this development happens in the middle of a by-election, it has to be asked why other stations have not been afforded the same advocacy by Labour's Mayor of London. Now, I have asked a total of 41 written questions since 2021 on this subject, and that doesn't include my questions at most police and crime committees with colleagues here. Police stations shouldn't just receive special treatment because there is a by-election. We've had excuse after excuse, delay after delay, delayed until after the last GLA election. Are we going to get it delayed again until after the next GLA election next year? Now, I have asked 9 questions so far in writing about Wimbledon Police Station. Now, Wimbledon Police Station, Liberal Democrat councillor Paul Kohler took the Mayor to court. He had a judicial review about the closure of Wimbledon Police Station. That marks it out to me as a special case. He won that review and managed to secure the station's future. That was back in 2018. We still don't have confirmation that that police station has been saved beyond this year. Yet that was something that actually went to court. So what is the basis of the decision the Mayor has made? I'm not even sure if the Mayor, the parliamentary candidate had even written to the Mayor from what he said this morning. It was rather strange indeed. And as for the Labour amendment, I don't disagree with what you're doing here, but I think you're just trying to dilute the message here. This is about process, this is about transparency, this is about openness about the police estate. And we fully support the motion that's been brought today, and I think it raises real questions about the Mayor. There is something about presence in that role. There is something about how he carries out that role. This feels like street fighting and a bit cheap, to be honest, and a bit below his office.
Thank you. Can I just remind members that we're not to refer to any particular candidates or who to vote for? I responded to what the Mayor had said to me. He didn't, but you mustn't use this forum as party. I will take that up later, but no, I'm not referring to any particular member. I'm just reminding the people that that's not what this forum is for. The process, of course, is open to debate. Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. Now, the original motion is, as Assemblymember Pidgeon just said, all about process and transparency in decision-making. And to be honest, the amendment throws the kitchen sink full of policing issues at the motion, which actually loses the clarity of the original. So the Green Group will vote against the amendment and for the motion.
Thank you. Assemblymember Garrett.
I don't think I need to add to what's been said very eloquently by very many people about the original intent about transparency in police stations and this mythical, to my eye, estate strategy. The entire time I've been an Assembly member, it's just been this thing that people talk about that apparently was once going to happen. Maybe will again. I wanted to address particularly the middle paragraph of the amendment, the one that starts with "This Assembly welcomes," which is, to my eye, a work of fiction. In two ways. Firstly, it complains about the Met Police being understaffed. Now, the Mayor has spent the last several years saying that the Met needs 6,000 extra officers from the police uplift programme, rather than the 4,394 that the government allocated. In fact, the Met has succeeded in recruiting only 3,305, barely more than half what the Mayor said was needed, and more than 1,000 less than the government had funded, as in fact is the only police station in the country, as I understand it, that has failed to meet its recruitment target. So the government has given 1,000 more officers worth of police uplift funding, which this Mayor's force that he is a Police and Crime Commissioner for has failed to meet. So I hardly think that can be laid at the government's door. And secondly, on capital, you'll all be excited to come along to the next Budget and Performance Committee meeting next week, which I'll be chairing. One of the things we're looking at is the Met Police's inability to spend the capital that it already has. Grumbles in here that there's not enough capital from the government. So for last year, the year just ended, out of 397 million of capital programme, 128 million was unspent. And this is not the first year. This is a year after year after year problem of the Met Police being unable to spend its capital budget, apparently because it is not able to come up with projects or to deliver projects to meet the capital spend. So again, it's entirely a work of fiction to lay that at the government's door when perhaps it is the man who was sitting over there earlier who should have a look in the mirror. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are, of course, always excited to go to the Budget and Performance Committee. Assemblymember Cooper.
Thanks very much, Chair. And in fact, on that note, I might have to investigate the records and see when exactly it was the last time that you enjoyed all the excitement of a budget and performance meeting, because I sat on it for 3 years and I don't actually remember you coming along to any of those meetings. But maybe that was because Assembly Member Bacon's chairing wasn't quite as exciting as no doubt Assembly Member Garrett's chairing will be. Now look, we've had a lot of crocodile tears actually around this chamber, and I think, you know, being over
overcome by the excitement of election campaigns is something that seems to afflict the Secretary of State for Transport every time there's a mayoral contest, because you know, I haven't seen any money coming out of government through the Major Roads Network programme at all. There's not been a single scheme in London anywhere funded, and what we have noticed is that the Secretary of State for Transport will turn up and will pose either with Zach Goldsmith or indeed with Sean Bailey, and I'm sorry that Sean I'm sorry that Sean's not with us again, so I understand, you know, further family issues keep him away. But, you know, the excitement of an election campaign seems to engender the need for politicians to come forward and to say these things. I think it's really important to put that in context, because there's a lot of people sort of saying, oh, you know, as if the mayor is the only person who has ever, you know, come up with a statement during an election campaign. I think it's welcome that there is news about Uxbridge. I agree with Assemblymember Pigeon. It would be very welcome to hear news about Wimbledon Police Station, and I know that many of us have been pressing both publicly and privately to see the estate strategy, and I think that this is showing us that the recent statements from the Deputy Mayor for Policing and Crime that we can expect it imminently mean that that is definitely on the way, and I would hope that in that spirit you will be supporting our amendment, which has been moved by Dr Onka Sahota and seconded by Unmesh Desai, because I think putting that context in is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We now have Assembly Member Best to sum up. I don't think I've left anyone out, have I?
Thank you, and thank you, Assembly Member Cooper, for that admission of everything that the Mayor's done cynically wrong in this move. So thank you for making the case before I had to. I mean, it's hit me recently with this, the famous Groucho Marx phrase, those are my principles, and if you don't like them, I have other ones. You know, a month ago, the Labour candidate was for ULEZ. Now he's against. Labour councillors in Hillingdon voted against reopening the police station, saying it would do nothing to tackle crime in the area. And it was nothing but a vanity project to suggest keeping the station open. And now they are for the station being open. I think, though, I don't want to get too much into that, because I'm very happy to have the cross-party support. And I think this is essentially the right thing to do. And I think we all know it is the right thing process-wise to do. And I am very thankful for everyone's support on, and the fact that we can agree across the Assembly on that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I apologise to the Assembly? When it's an urgent motion, there's no guide for me here, so everything turns to sludge. So I will now ask Assembly Member Dr Sahota to sum up on the amendment, and I know that's unusual to do that after the motion. But
yes, thank you, Chair. It does require certainty of funding to get capital programs and recruitment in the police force. You can't recruit them overnight, and it's the long-term funding that's been missing for the MPS that's stopped us. I wasn't surprised that the Conservative group wouldn't accept my amendment, but I am surprised that the Liberal Democrat didn't. But maybe they didn't because they were part of the austerity program from 2010 to... And of course, the public will remember their pledges. We will never raise the tuition fees. They were part of this charity, and I'm not surprised at all that they haven't accepted the amendment. I leave it. I'm sure the public heard this very clearly, and of course, the Greens. Look, I expected the chairman of the Police and Crime Committee to take a fair and balanced view of the funding of the Metropolitan Police and what happens, but somehow I'm sure they'll come to their senses when they review the whole matter in the Police and Crime Committee. But this matter is in context, right? It is important that Londoners realise where we are with the police forces and the closures, why we had them. And look, I am keen to find out the answer to what you've asked for, but you can't hide away from the fact history can't be rewritten again. you, when I say you, I meant the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democrats were part of the austerity, and you are part of the cuts, right? You are part of these cuts which are forced in the Metropolitan Police, and you're just now wanting to hide away from the facts. And the public will see through this. I'm not saying you're two-faced, but the public will see the truth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we'll now vote. We'll now vote on the Assemblymember Dr. Sahota's amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yep.
In favour, Chair?
Yep.
And all those against, please.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 against. Yay. Chair, do you wish to use your second and casting vote?
Chair.
Right, Sadiq.
So that's another vote against, Chair?
Who's going to buy me a drink? I vote against the amendment. I vote against the amendment.
That makes it,
Tory chair.
That makes it 11 votes for and 12 votes against, Chair, so the motion falls. The amendment falls.
I now ask for all those people in favour of the motion to indicate. All those in favour.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4.
All those against.
That's no votes against, Chair, so I believe that's carried.
So that is carried. Right. So let's go back to the order of business. And just date next meeting.
Yes, please, Chair.
Yes. The next scheduled meeting of the London Assembly will be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 20th of July, 2023. Nothing else happening that day in the chamber at City Hall. We've concluded the urgent business, and so therefore that concludes today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.